aging infrastructure, poor quality of water, failing wastewater treatment infrastructure, and others. The recently released Green and Blue Drop reports attest to these challenges. The Green Drop report contains the most concerning findings. One such is that 50 wastewater systems in KwaZulu-Natal were in a poor state in 2021. This is compared to 15 systems in 2013. In total, Green Drop certifications regressed from 19 in 2013 to 3 in 2021. The Blue Drop report flagged poor quality of water in KZN ultimately, in terms of panelists will then have an opportunity to pose questions to the respondent or interested party. Although the parties may be legally represented, it is the parties themselves who must make oral submissions. Further details around the procedure of the inquiry are outlined in the rules of the South African Human Rights Commission's Provincial Inquiry on Access to Water in KwaZulu-Natal, which may be availed to anyone who is interested. With that, I'd like to thank you once again and welcome you all to this inquiry. Thank you. Professor, welcome. Good morning. Professor, in line with you being a witness, we will have to swear you in. Thank you very much. So as soon as you are ready, please do inform us so that we could administer the oath. Okay, no, welcome once again, Professor Ochala. Do you prefer to take the oath or the affirmation this morning? You don't mind the oath? Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this morning shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly raise your right hand and state, "So help me God." Thank you very much. You are duly sworn in. You may begin your presentation.
Practicing as a water resource specialist with Aduro Holdings. Yeah, but I've decided to title my presentation as a status of access to water as a basic human right in KwaZulu-Natal. And what caught my eyes is whether we have actually made some progress. It will be interesting that we look at water as a basic human right, as a commodity that is critical in maintaining not only our biodiversity, but of course also in maintaining our livelihood. The second thing that I also want us to appreciate is this water as a scarce resource, particularly South Africa, considering that it is one of the countries in the world that has got the lowest average annual rainfall. I think it's about 386 millimeters per year. And therefore it is a scarce resource. But my fundamental critique of this quite often is that to what extent do we use even the scarce water resources that we have? And my answer has always been that we don't use it well. And quite often, like the commissioner has said, is that quite often we rush into accusing climate as the main culprit, while we actually sit behind and don't accuse ourselves as the anthropogenic inducers of water scarcity to such an extent that actually can't reach our community. And I want us to look at a recent work by very, very competent researchers under CSIR, and it relates very well with what you saw happening in Durban, eThekwini, okay, and the Ilembe district just recently. That rainfall and temperature increase will likely lead to a significant decrease in levels of ground and surface water, to damage the storage, the reservoirs that are actually holding our water that we have actually stored. And they indicate that the combined effect of this situation will have a significant impact on the quality and quantity of water that now we experience. And it is true. You could see the residents on Ndwendwe, you could see Tongat all out in arms. Projectively, they want water, but they don't understand that sometimes these things are very inherent, controlled by other factors that actually we don't have control over. The question, therefore, would be, what has the water service authorities done to come in and intervene in such circumstances? But I'll come to that one a bit later. I think I've just talked about that now in a nice way. But look at these statistics. It's very also interesting that Amongst our water service authorities, okay, in South Africa, have experienced water shortages. 5 out of 19 always experience water shortages. And I want to mention here that the municipalities that will be accused, or the municipalities that will see as inherently having problems with managing water resources, are not isolated cases. Even those that have actually performed fairly very well have got their own shortcomings. And some are historical, some are managerial, some are administrative, and some are proximate to other resources that makes them, like let me give you a practical example at hand. Mkanyagude, very, very vast in terms of area. I think it's almost 13,600 and something square kilometers, with a populating density of more than 1,000 people per square kilometer. But it's rural. It's fairly very rural, with very limited water infrastructures. And I could imagine also with very limited skilled manpower to be able to run the water provision in places like Jozini, yes. And therefore, that hampers not only the contextualization, the conceptualization, the stamina, the innovation to supply water to the rural community. And that is why for years, Mkanyagude has performed poorly. In fact, if you go to Mkanyagude communities around there and they see tap water, it's like they've seen a small god. In December, I remember, and again, for your intervention, I remember very well, for the first time they were harvesting water from a borehole. And it was a big ceremony. That is after the Human Rights Commission had intervened. They've not seen it for a long time, particularly around Jozini. The paradox is, Jozini, and my colleague knows, I always emphasize this to my students, that when you walk across Jozini Dam and you turn right, it is a land of misery. The river is crying. The vegetation are crying, if I use that term. But when you turn this way, it is a sea of hope. Too much water, but too little downstream. But the residents of Jozini have no water at all. I can't remember for the times that we've gone with my colleague to do survey that side that I've ever seen water coming from the tap in Jozini, while there's plenty in the dam. The question is it by design? Is it by default? But remember, it is Jozini municipality. They are supposed to be supplied by the district municipality, which is Mkanyagude. It is by design. And therefore, we cannot, in my view, blame climate for that. No, it is anthropogenic. And it rests with anthropogenic. It is intuitively human. And therefore, to me, that's a total violation. It is also interesting to mention that something's not going right in South Africa. And in context, KwaZulu-Natal, when even you look at the small township, most townships, almost 30% on average, if you gauge it from 20 to 30% in the entire country, have got water problem. In fact, it will be very, very interesting, let me say in around Escawini, in Richards Bay, to run purely for 4 days without water. It will be very, very interesting. In fact, after every 4-5 days, there's no water. And I want to give you a practical example of an institution in University of Zululand, where I was there for 10 years. We do know that after every week, 2 days, we run without water. Again, like the commissioner said, is it climate? No. The Gutafro Dam is full. In fact, last year, the other years, it was 44, it was 58% full. Last year, it was 68% full. Now it went up to 100% full capacity. If that is the source of water, then you can never convince anybody that the provision of water is as a result of scarcity. No, it is something else. What is this something else? And I'll give you the answer just now because it's in my last part. The answer is simple. One, they tell you that they don't have diesel, because it pumps 5 hours every day. They don't have diesel. The second thing they'll tell you is that the water treatment plant, both in Selene and the one at Lake Kubo, are directly connected to ESCOM, and therefore now it is easy to blame ESCOM as the main culprit. So if you have got 2 generators and you have got ESCOM that supplies electricity, then why alternate? If there's this power outrage, then the generator. And therefore it is an excuse. To me, that is a blame game. And so it is intuitively anthropogenic, not climatic, in my view. And it goes on and goes on. In fact, I would tell you now, even if you walk to Escavini, you go to Langezwa, Wundulela, Eniwe, all those areas, it's highly probable, 75% probable, that I will find that they don't have water. So something's terribly wrong. Our rivers threatened. Yes, our rivers are threatened. Quite comprehensive studies have actually already indicated that 82% of the country's 120 rivers are actually threatened. And the accusing finger is largely on climate change. Yes, largely. Yeah, I could say that, yes, rivers depend on rainfall. But rivers also, we know that depend on what we refer to as delayed flow, subsurface flow. That is what drives the river systems, that drives the ecological system, delayed flow. The question, therefore, will be what compromises delayed flow is how we use the land. The land use, the land cover change in KwaZulu-Natal has changed over a given period of time to such an extent that the water retention capacity at the subsurface level has become very minimal. Very minimal to such an extent that water loss in the atmosphere has become more, high rate of evapotranspiration, to such an extent that now most rivers are drying. In fact, most rivers are crying, if I have to use that term. So the question would be then, if most rivers have gone to such an extent that are having very low flow, then what do you expect with the dams? So the dams normally only get full during the rainy period, okay, from October to March. And again, now we get very good rains again in winter. Then after that, things change. But the long process of maintaining the river ecological system, allowing flow, depends largely on the subsurface flow. And therefore, you could see that these things are inter-allied in terms of the municipal departments. The question would be, therefore, what role does the Department of Water and Environment plays? What role does COGTA plays? What role does Department of Water and Sanitation plays? The answer, in my view, is that they work as if they are isolated. They are not interdependent. And therefore, people build anywhere. In fact, if you go around, you find that now majority of houses are built along the floodplain. A floodplain is a floodplain. A floodplain is an area that when there is excess flow, water flows into the floodplain. And therefore, when water finds you on the floodplain, then you are a culprit of dishonesty in natural habitat. In other words, you are actually staying on the flow path of the floodplain. And you must have seen quite a number, even around here, during the floods. Most people that were on the floodplain perished. And that is going to happen soon, somewhere around Ngwelezani. where people also stay along the floodplain. And therefore, the moment you deplete floodplains, then you kill the rivers. The moment you deplete the floodplain, you kill the wetlands. The moment you kill the wetlands, that what has happened over the years is therefore that you actually limit the flow of water into the river system. And therefore, we cry, and often you see that the dam level keep on going lower and lower and lower and lower. That is the situation. So there's an issue of planning at the municipal level to such an extent that fundamental resources have actually been neglected. So the rivers have been actually threatened. I think I've just talked about this. These residents in Jozini, Ndumu, Ingwavuma, Bazwana, and Sine are in continuous water stress, despite the fact that they've got there's a great potential on Pongola Port Dam. Now, I want to mention just one thing there quickly. When you go to Ingwavuma, there was a well-structured, a pipe, a well-structured plan to supply water from Jozini to the neighboring communities. It runs a very nice pipeline with a reservoir. It has been there for 10 years. So it passes to the communities, but there's no connecting networks to the communities, but it goes all the way. The question therefore would be, in fact, I think those are things that you must probe from Department of Water Sanitation, and more importantly, the Mugeni Water, that really what happened? Why would you pass communities to such an extent, you go 50 kilometers before, because in design, quite often, what happens is that you can do 5 kilometers, then you distribute. 5 kilometers or 10, then you distribute. This was never the case. It went 50 kilometers for 10 years. And I'll be going back to Kenya. It has not yet been sorted out. So, is there climate change there? No. It is anthropogenic. It is negligence. It is abuse, in my view. I don't want to get into this one. This one is common, but I want just to talk about what I've highlighted, there's a projection of continuous rainfall decrease, and this has been done by South Africa has got some of the best climate scientists. They have projected that by 2015 we'll have rainfall decline between 5 to 15%. What does this mean? I've just said that this is attributed to a reduction in soil moisture and runoff of about 10 to 30%. So a decrease in river runoff, water availability. And this is going to result in increase in evapotranspiration by 40%, leading to reduced outflows from water reservoirs. In other words, what we are trying to say is that our storage will become minimal and minimal. The sad news is that they projected it at 2050, but it has come too early. Now they are projecting that it might happen in 2025, so only 3 years to come. That's a sad story. So when the probe is going on, you must have this at the background. Another thing that is important that I wanted to cite is that while there is an increase in water supply by 2.5 cubic kilometer, and decrease was and the withdrawal of that by 2030, one would argue that that will allow us to have a particularly time to reconcile the supply and the demand. Yes. But the most important thing is this, is that there is reports are indicating that the number of households in urban areas like in eThekwini and compared to some rural areas keep on changing. But the demand, sadly, in areas that have got a very low number of people in the household is increasing. Let me give you an example. In fact, now in South Africa, the average water consumption per person is 300 liters per day. more than the global average of 179 liters per day. And that bothers me because as an advocate of rainwater harvesting, it becomes very difficult for an household to have even a 5,000 liter tank because mostly they afford this 500 liters tank. So it means that it's for only 2 people for 2 days. You got a problem. It's a big problem. And that problem, in my view, is to instill a lot of capacitation amongst households to know how to use water. And therefore, there's also this problem with the households to such an extent that provision of water that is a basic human right is also abused by them, in my view and from my experience. To such an extent that if now you go to the Free Basic Water Act, remember the 2001, okay, the famous one, that allows it started from 25, from 6 cubic meters to 9 now, am I correct? Yes. They even overuse it. The question, therefore, who is cushioning that excess? The municipality has been unable to get that excess, charge them that excess. In fact, when they tell you that when you go beyond 9 cubic meters per month, you are supposed to pay. Am I correct? They've never been able to. And therefore, the recovery of the infrastructures that were put in place becomes problematic. And therefore, they become broke. And when they become broke, then how do they deliver the services? So it's a complicated thing. It's a complicated thing. And therefore, free basic water that was novel, that was good, has been abused. And it's continuously being abused. Those are the dilemma. But now this brings another thing, is that in terms of intervention, how do the community respond to that? And it is interesting the way they respond. One of the things that they do, like the residents on Ndwendwe, when they want water, has worked very well for them. I can imagine for the first, because those people have never had water for 6 years. But when they want water to come from the tap, they protest. The day they protest, there's water from the taps. After that, there's no water. So it is by design. It is by design. Secondly, in these other communities, it is vandalism. They protest. Okay? It's vandalism. Oh, sorry. It's vandalism as a way of protesting against inaccess to water. So it's vandalism. They keep on destroying the piping system. So what you do becomes problematic. Another thing is that while tankers were implemented and are being used by most municipalities as short-term measures for immediate remedies, they become now permanent water service solutions to rural communities. And therefore, in my view, and I can tell you that it goes on, in my view, these are people form a cartel. And that cartel is very difficult to break because the cartel goes all the way up to the municipality. And therefore, if you, Peter or Chola, wants to drill a borehole, you must pay them. You must pay the community to build a borehole for them. Or you don't build a borehole, or they ban your truck. That is the irony. So those are the things that are going on. And therefore, what happens finally is that, particularly for the elderly, it becomes problematic. So like in Ndwendwe, the elderly have to pay people to get them water. Another adaptation mechanism that people have adopted is, and I want you to get this one very clear, majority of communities in rural areas get their water, 70% of their water from the rivers and from the earth dams. That's their source of water. So There are two things that we talk about in Human Rights Commission and anyway in the Water Act. One is this dignity, this right to water, this also dignity. Dignity, it comes in terms of equality. So, in my view, I could be right or I could be wrong. But in my view, the municipality have to be very pragmatic to such an extent that they're able to do what we call insight design of a permanent water response solution, such as building a nice earth dam that filters water on site and reticulate it within each community. Because the earth dams are there anyway. They just meant, they leave them for livestock, but it is not livestock. 70% of the rural communities, that's what they're using. So why don't you make it a permanent solution? Another thing that I've recommended somewhere there is that, like now in Ndwendwe, look at this Ilembe, after the floods that happened in Etequini. I can tell you with authority, it's going to take months and months to sort out that. So, although Gift for the Givers did a very good work, actually, I remember they did 50 boreholes. They drilled 50 boreholes. And the water table is very nice. It's very low. In fact, some of the water they were getting at only 36 meters. I think the highest is 60. This is the proactive approach that most municipalities must go to, particularly in rural areas, to dig and dig more boreholes. I know the Department of Water Sanitation, if you ask them, they tell them, no, boreholes are regulated. Yes, that is why legislations come in. They are regulated. Yes, they are regulated. But to what extent are you regulating the drilling of boreholes while you cannot provide bulk water supply? To me, it's a fallacy of dictum. It's useless. Get my point? So drill boreholes on site, particularly for the isolated communities. When you settle and you feel that now you can provide bulk water, then you can use those boreholes for monitoring. That's how we do it. But that one is not even happening. And you don't know whether they even have the budget for it. So those are some things that are, yeah. I want to go somewhere here and just, I don't want to bore you. I want to, towards my end here, I think the rights, I'm not going to repeat those ones because you talk so well about them, the water service providers, the rights is well articulated, the way you've talked about it. Of course, you know that the Department of Water Sanitation are the custodians. That one you do know. But I want to get into something here that I think would be useful. Let me just give me a few minutes. Things getting here. Yeah, I think now, maybe this, where I am. So I think I've just highlighted these ones in a few ways, and I just wanted you to look at. Now, when you look at some of the examples I've actually given, okay? Look at the impact of water interruption, particularly on services, okay? You see that Tongat, you know the Bref village, Jaban, and you can name most of the communities around this particular area. Schools were closed, and I don't know whether some are open now because of the water interruption. But I would say, in my view, that some of these are very technical because you can see the infrastructure are in a mess. Okay, they're very technical, and some are really beyond the capacity of the municipality to manage. But remember, they went for 21 days without water. The question is, how are they surviving? What was the adaptation mechanism? And one of the adaptation mechanisms was that they were just, wherever they see a pool of water, they just collect. And that compromises the dignity. But the problem now there is, which I want to mention, is that if you look at, read the recent sanitation report, the sanitation report had indicated progress in terms of improved sanitation, to such an extent that we had only 7% of South Africans that go directly for fecal release in the bush. But that progress has already been compromised, because as we talk now, majority of people can't use their toilets. And that is a big problem, because then it compromises the groundwater quality and compromising the surface water quality because of this kind of interruptions. It has got a wider environmental impact a small trigger, we call it butterfly, a small butterfly of thing causes a lot of, yes. So the causes that started, it was floods, okay? And the intervention, 50 balls were actually drilled. And those 50 balls are not even enough, okay? But this is what the projection that 50 balls will actually be drilled to remedy the situation. If you go to Escawin in Langezwa, okay, the story is the same, okay? Even a university like University of Zulu and schools, colleges, pieces around there have to close. Restaurants have to close because of water interruption. It takes normally sometimes between 4 to 7 days. So those are things, the realities that we have that we can replicate in majority of the rural communities under specific district or local municipalities. This is what I was telling you. Reasons that they cited when you ask them. They tell that there's power interruption, shortage of diesel, heavy chlorine. I think you knew the situation when we had got there was a complaint on chlorine contamination in the water that are being provided to people around Richards Bay and Pangania. Those chlorine, and it becomes a very contentious issue because everyone was blaming the other one. But let me now excuse Mlatuse municipality from this. No, the people that were responsible, in my view, I think Mlatuse Water slept on their job because Mlatuse municipality is just supplying. Yeah, and the contamination was at the Gutato Dam, not at the water treatment plant this side. No, it was not there. It was at the dam where somebody mistakenly overdosed. Yeah, so that is where and the community actually, they always took them to court. It was a big issue, took them to court. Yes, and since then I know quite a number of my colleagues who don't use that water because they think that everything is just contaminated. Okay, but the intervention when the municipality was now being asked, what do we do? They say, no, for now you can buy bottled water. How many can afford bottled water? Okay, that was the response. Yeah, but the communities always have ways of responding. One of them was to now directly go and get water from Enseleni, the small stream there, the Mpangeni River, that is contaminated. The Mlatuse River is contaminated. That is a reality. That's what is going on. Okay. So the extent of the abuse, that one I leave with you. I've talked about Josini, and I've just mentioned the failure of Mkanyagude district municipality to provide leadership to manage the provision of water within that particular area. Remember, the dam was designed for 60,000 hectares. It was meant for farmers, commercial farmers. Okay, but this is one of the biggest white elephant project in South Africa, and you can imagine the dam is there. Josini is within the dam, but Josini residents don't get water, but Ingwavuma, Nongoma are getting water from Josini Dam. A fallacy. A fallacy. It's like you have a child who has passed very well in school. You have very nice schools around, but the principal says that they cannot admit your child. And it has been going all those years, since the 80s. That's what has been going on in Josini. But when you ask the municipality They said, no, no, no. It's Mkajagude district that are supposed to supply us with water. And now I see the mayor, the new mayor of Jozini has taken everything head on. That no, I'll decide where to get water, how to get it. So those are the issues that are going on. Like now there are some pumps there that are connected that can supply water within the community around there. And the only thing that it needs to do is to modify them, increase the capacity, and supply water to the community. Then anybody who wants to accuse him, they can meet in court. That's sometimes how you respond to some of these poor, delayed legislation. Yeah, because the municipality will still want to go through tendering. You know how long tendering takes? It takes a long time. And that's why people protest all the time. So we must here. And I think this is, one of the things. So this is just the story of Jozini. This is where I was saying that when you go this side, it is a land of misery. When you go that side, it's very beautiful. And when you see people there, you'll find that when they stand at that bridge, all of them face that side. They don't want to face this side because the river is hardly flowing. Because most of the water is retained within the dam. But the fallacy is that people up there have no water, and there's water there. Okay? So some protests are justified. Some violations are justified. And I'll give you a practical example just in a minute. In Tambanana, where I've done a lot of work in rainwater harvesting, we went through the procedure. The Department of Environment wants you to have a situation analysis, community participation. Then they have to write signatures, to allow you to, for environmental impact assessment, to allow you to dig for them an earth dam. So we did all those. Then we took now everything to the municipality, Mlatuze municipality. Yes, so it took 2 years, it took 3 years, no response. Then one old man called me there and asked me, Peter, are you sure the area you designed for us will have more runoff and will have water? I said, yes, it will have more runoff and will have water. Are you sure? I said, yes. So what he did, he used his money, paid the TLB, and they started doing what? Digging the dam, the earth dam. Then he calls me after 2 weeks, Peter, come. Then when I went there, I think we went with one of my colleagues there, we found that the dam already been done. It was approaching November, then the rain came, the dam filled. That is the dam that is supplying people around where, that place is called Makwezini. This is one of the dams that they are using now for water. They're even fishing there. Livestock is grazing there, and the livestock look very healthy. Then I asked him, what will the Department of Water and Environment say? Then his answer was simple. Peter, now we can wait them in court. Was it right? Was it wrong? Nobody knows, but it was right. In my view, it is now serving the community. So when the community don't get services, sometimes they take actions. And I think it's important that the municipality do not allow them to take actions that could be detrimental. That action was not detrimental because they are not protecting that water from going to the subsurface level. In fact, they were replenishing groundwater. And there's just a stream next to it. So the water exerts pressure, and as it exerts pressure, that pressure goes somewhere. And if the stream is there, it still feeds back to the stream. So there was no violation. And we've waited for them to take us to court. They're not taking us to court yet. But the community. So these are some of the things that I think are critical. This is Ndwendwe. This is one of their water sources. Okay, there's a stream going over some small bridge there. I think for people who have gone in that area, so these people, they're collecting water from that specific point. This is Makwezini. I go there every day. They collect only 5,000 liters of water. Okay? The tracker, the water tanker goes there once, then after 2 weeks, the question is it enough? So those are abuse, in my view. And taking people for granted. Those are abuse. And what happens again is that within the community, we have got also households that are well to do. And therefore, what they do, they put pipes on that tank, and they transfer water to their neighbor tank. Those are there. And they hold water. So if you're not there in the morning, when you come back, there's no water. Yeah, so those are some of the things that one need to address. And as I just conclude, I believe in the philosophy of being pragmatic. I always say that, so what did you do? What can be done? And I'm repeating, I think there should be an aspect, a deliberate deliberation on how we handle balls, particularly on sites, particularly for non-revenue water, and for sites that are slightly away from bulk water supply. Because Umgeni will not supply, will not allow you to develop pipes in areas that are so isolated. Okay, but the good thing is that the designs for all of KZN has been done by Umgeni, so they must be praised for that. They have the design for everything. So in my view, I think the municipality should really reconsider putting more and more balls, okay, as they handle the water crisis. Another thing is, this was my site in University of Zululand. This is atmospheric water generation. I don't know whether you know it. Yeah, now we are getting water from air. I think you know it. It has proved very useful to such an extent that after the boreholes that were drilled since the Corona period, some of them were compromised in terms of the water quality. And therefore, some now, in some of the district municipalities, are being replaced, or they're putting atmospheric water generators next to the boreholes, so that the community can use the water from the atmospheric generator for drinking and for cooking, but the ones for boreholes, particularly the salty ones, they can use for other things. So this is a technology that is there. Now, we have got 20,000 machine that produces 20,000 liters per day. Okay, the design is now going to 100,000 machine that is able to produce 100,000 bulk water per day. So we're moving towards innovation as a fundamental strategy towards adaptation, particularly when issues of climate change become a bit problematic. And the reason is simple, is that if climate change becomes a big problem, like we have really highlighted, then when oxygen or air becomes also even scarce, then we are all dead. But this one, we get it from air. So it means still I've got plenty, because it's converted, it's just it's hydrologic water, it's converted from air into yeah. So we should move into that direction. My final remark is simple, is that the rate at which the municipalities are moving in terms of implementation of water infrastructures, the innovation of water provision mechanisms and methods is too slow for researchers. So researchers who are doing the innovation are that far. The implementation is this side. So it becomes very difficult to even shoot the problems. You don't know what to modify, because you are far much ahead of them as the Water Service Authority. I think they must move at that pace. And if they move at that pace, then I still think that the water problem, particularly in KwaZulu-Natal, will be a thing of the past. I know you talk about skills. I'm not bothered about skills. Budget, I'm not bothered about budget because it's an issue. Mkanyagudi cannot run the system. They don't have money. Okay. Yeah. So those are things that are a bit very technical. But I think my idea was just to give you, highlight a few areas that I think are critical. Yeah, may I stop there?
Thank you very much, Professor. Program Director will be guided by you in terms of time. But before we let you go, Prof, I'll just check with my fellow panelists if they have any questions for you. Commissioner, we'll start with you, Doctor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that useful presentation. It definitely helps in terms of establishing some of the context. You raised a bag full of issues, so I'm just trying to narrow it down in terms of having some useful categories. From what I could hear, there are challenges in terms of distribution where there is water available, but then it's the mechanisms of distribution that are not available to ensure the access of water for people. And then within the context of distribution, there are infrastructure challenges and there are energy challenges that are there. So I heard you mention around diesel and ESCOM as some limitations to distributing water. There are also issues of governance that you raised. The example of Jozini Municipality and Kanyakude, say whose responsibility is it to get the water to the people, and so how are we relating in terms of the governance? And the challenges related to procurement that you raised, and there's a bigger challenge related to lack of community participation, where a lot of things are conceptualized and it seems communities are not fully informed or involved, to the extent that it often then leads to these protests or them taking matters into their own hands. In your opinion, based on your experience, if we were to just say, for interest's sake, we want to intervene, what would you think are the main priority areas to direct attention to unlock these bottlenecks that you have raised?
Perhaps, do you have any other questions, or is that the only question that you have? Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to take that question, Prof, or do you also want to take Commissioner Nissen's? Okay, thanks. Commissioner Nissen?
Thank you, Prof. It relates also to the question that was asked by the doctor. But first of all, I want to ask the question, do you think that government officials, or officials in the municipality and the public representatives really understand and what do you expect, especially from the technical people within those directorates, to understand the crisis and whether there's enough education for them? The second thing is budgets. Budgets are not planned a day or 2 days ahead, and we'll ask the municipalities that, or their own processes, but they are 3-year term medium expenditure process. And municipalities do not plan for 2 days. They plan for 20 years, 30 years. And so what are don't you see any red flags in the budgeting, etc.? Then, of course, you mentioned the issue about, covered with that, it's concerned, I thought perhaps you could have said something about the National Development Plan, which was 2030, which highlight the water crisis and highlights the water, and we're 7 years away from that plan. And then what about desalination, especially for those communities that live around the coastal line, because there's been very successful. We've seen it, for example, in the Cape Town water crisis, how they have used it. Very expensive, though. So then lastly, the issue about vandalization. Now, one understands the high crime rate, but poverty has an impact also because people go and steal. And they go to these pump stations and then go and steal the copper. And copper is one of the biggest theft in terms of where they get it from, these pump stations and infrastructure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Over to you, Prof.
Let me start by desalination. Yes, South Africa has no excuse, in my view, not to promote desalination, but specifically amongst proximate towns or cities along the coast. And I want to give you an interesting example. I don't know whether you read my mind yesterday when I was writing. Yeah, we had, I think the most successful desalination plants are, all of them are in the Western Cape. There's one that was tried here in Richards Bay. I think you are aware of that. That was what was making them turn. It failed. In fact, it failed before it even started. The question is, why? The answer is simple. There was a very, it was rushed. They never gave the implementers, but I think it was from one of these Asian countries, they never gave the implementers time to train the personnel there how to handle it. And then they went back. Then after that, it was never implemented. But this is another sad one now, and this is where I want to accuse the municipality. There was one by Greece, and we were involved. We went through the entire process. We spoke with the indunas as required. It was a collaborative work between them, us and NRF. And land was provided around Port Danford. They'd already designed what they were going, the social responsibility, what we were going to give the community was already done. And I remember there was no money that was going to come from the municipality from anybody around here. What they wanted was, they wanted to plow back to the vulnerable. I can tell you, commissioners, that we failed. You know where the project went? It went to the Western. Yeah. Because from the criteria, they didn't want the project to go to a place that has got, they were saying, let me use this, but is more like Europe. They wanted to go to a rural community that is closer to the ocean. It failed, but it's now working there. Because the mayor from that area, when he was called to sign, he abandoned everything. He went and signed. But here, he wanted procedures. And this is what is eating us. While actually, desalination is a reality. And we are not going to run away from it. So yes, it's one of the greatest things that municipalities must actually think of investing, because like you are saying, I think the government is putting almost, is it 90 million in terms of budget for water? So but with what we have here now, that answers your question, that do you think that they know? I think that was, yeah, the capacity is very poor. They don't know. They don't bother. Okay, they don't listen. Let me give you a practical example. If Peter only uses this water every day, why bother with somebody who uses water from the river? This is a reality that is going on. And remember, some of these officials that come from very rural areas, from the disadvantaged community. It's not like a dichotomy of something is very unique. No, the people come from disadvantaged communities. But they want procedures. Therefore, becomes a problem. So, capacitation is very poor. In fact, at one point I was saying that why don't you swallow pride and bring back engineers that have retired to help just stabilize? You know what I'm talking about? Reality. Water is a public good. It's a right. But if you don't have skills, then I will swallow my pride. And I call him, but man, help us. But you stick what you don't know, what you don't understand, what you don't conceptualize. In my view, the conceptualization and understanding of the crucial aspect of water reticulation and distribution is problematic. And the municipality are finding very difficult to handle it. And therefore, they use shortcuts. A plumber be like an engineer. All respect. So, don't understand. And the human capital, the human issue, the skills here are very poor. So, what do you expect? So I think that to me is yes. I think the issue of vandalism. I can tell you when we installed our atmospheric water generators, the first time we put the copper taps, we also installed in the university. So I had to change them. And when I changed them, they were never stolen. Yeah. My Department of Water and Sanitation monitoring, if they were here, they'll tell you, most of them are vandalized. There's a market for copper pipes. Everywhere you can, there's somebody buying them. I know where they're selling the Pangani. In fact, when I gave a boy a lift, I was so annoyed that he was carrying copper pipes. And that was what taking him to the town and going back. And he boozes, then he says another one. That is the reality. Therefore, if that is true, how do you develop infrastructures that have got some components that the community or some real members of the community want to use to make money? So it becomes, so that's a reality. Yeah, so the distribution, big problem. Yeah, they don't have distribution articulation. So that is a big issue. I'll come to you in terms of priority. I think we need to look at the procedures within the municipality. I think is, I don't know how to describe it. I'm trying a bad term for it. But the way they their procurement is so slow, so untransparent, that at the time the tender is awarded, they cannot meet the work that they intend. Let me give you an example. Okay, I can give you an example that my colleague is there. You ask you that they want to drill a bore. Okay, give them the right procedure and give the right company, GSAT company. Okay, for you the geologic component, the geologic. Then I'll tell you this drill. Please go to this company, and this is what they're going to charge you, guide them. So let me say, if you say that everything is going to 83,000 rands, they say, fine, so that's what you gave them a quotation. you notice that the quotation for that one ball is 500,000 rands. Where that money coming from? So it means that it's eating into other budgets. And therefore, time they want to implement the other one, they don't have. Those are two things that are happening. Or they say that the tender to somebody has been done. But when you go there, there's nothing. Nothing was done. Nothing started. The money had been. So procurement is very problematic. Capacitation. Capacity of tendering. And I can tell you, look at the profile of people who tenders at the municipality. And I'm saying this without contradiction. Majority of them, over 55 or 60%, are not area. Sorry, in that area. So they just get the job and contract the job to the expert. And they subcontract the job to the expert. 70% of the money in his pocket. So you are only remaining with 30. So what do you expect? So is piping, you use poor pipes. Okay. If it has to cover meters, you only do 1 kilometer. If you have to do smooth humps, you push up. that is what we are. Yeah. So in my view, the biggest priority of municipalities, number one should be sorting out problem, number two, water problem, number three, specifically on in situ reticulation. And they should go the way of, in my view, they should have a water source with each ward. Try to have a distribution within each ward that are the people under the people's right. Not those 5,000 liters. Those. Okay, so I'll go with that route. I think the issue, in my view, of these communities, KwaZulu-Natal advantage of having topography, very nice topography. To such an extent, you can have an of a reservoir within communities. And reservoir within communities, if a good water yield in a particular, you can pump it there, then you distribute that area. So I think they should invest non-revenue water reticulation to help the non-revenue water reticulation mechanism. To me, that can really both, okay, and then capacitation. And capacitation. The community, there are big problems. There are, to such an extent, in my view, an addiction. Piping water in the village is a problem. When even machines I'm talking about, if you put them in the village, they disappear. So you are on to a very important reticulation method because they capacitated, and therefore she becomes a big part set that the municipality must start within the communities to such an extent to sustain most of their infrastructure. That ownership there, because the catchment, most of them, I don't know which one, any that is still functional. Last time I checked, most of them forums are there, and therefore there's nobody reports the in terms of what's happening at the grassroots level. May I ask the board only meet the community in 3 years. So what do you expect? So capacitation, in my view, is very, very critical. In that aspect of capacitation, issue of water, so buys in, so the contractor comes in, the community see that there's an on, yeah, then to go. I think I'm not well, but few things. Yeah, to me, that would be, I always say capacitation in the community is a mental issue, specifically where this infrastructures and water in those particular areas. So, honestly, they're keeping us free. So it's a big problem among us.
Thank you very much. It does working. Thank you very much, Prof. For time with you, unfortunately. And I did have a few questions. Some of them have been answered by my fellow panelists. I do, though, just take the opportunity to ask the KZN Provincial launched a master plan last year, and I didn't hear you speak. I wanted to know from you, your line of work, had any assessments on this water matter, extent to which has intervened, and how intervention has assisted community, together with the plan or compared to it, what borehole intervention. You've spoken quite a to boreholes as one of the ways for intervention. To what extent has this borehole program been held, and what options for intervention are there for the Commission in particular, in line with the questions by my fellow panelists in there? I think that I would have for you. Thank you.
Yeah, has achieved almost 30% in you and Limerick Corona. Corona did a lot in South Africa. The plan became more because people were. That is why for the first the role of community tanks of in specific schools became the main central point where being done. Yeah, because we were estimated by this should have done about 4 hours in most of the schools. Yeah, so that it worked very well. I think the only is the non-revenue articulation is a bit slow because of fighting going on between hello? The plans are there. If you read the water master plan, there is volume 1, I think they're now, okay? I think well, in terms of implementation, is not between the two. So you know water monitoring mechanism as delayed. It 20 was tended again 20 nothing. What are they waiting for? It was probably that blue and the delay
thank,
of course, there's also a lot of wasting.
thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. That then brings us to the end of our time with you this morning. We must again thank you very much for your time, for availing your intellectual resources, and for the work you are doing on the ground. This is not the end of our interaction. If there are any follow-up questions, we will certainly be in touch with you in writing. But for now, thank you very much. You may be excused. Thank you. Program Director?
We are going to go for tea and we'll be back at 10:38. Okay, let me say 10:40. Thank you. welcome back. Next, I will call from the Tongaat Civil Association, Mr. Chetty, Mr. Perumal, and Mr. Mtembu.
Good morning. Welcome. Can I assume that it's Chetty, Perumal, Chetty, and Babu Mtembu? Welcome, Ninjan. Thank you very much and welcome to the inquiry. Before we begin, do any of you have any objections to taking the oath this morning? No. Will all of you be giving testament? Then I will have to swear you in. I will ask you to individually then be sworn in. Can you perhaps for the record just state your full names?
My name is Prakash Perma.
Thank you very much. Do you all swear that the evidence you shall give this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, could you individually just raise your right hand and state, "So help me God"?
So help me God. So help me God. So help me God.
Thank you very much and welcome. Program Director, through you, then you will have 1 hour, of which 30 minutes will be to offer us your presentation and the other half for the panel to engage with you. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Tongaat Civic Association, my apologies. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Tongaat Civic Association, we would like to thank the Human Rights Commission and the panel for allowing us to express the plight of the people of Tongaat. Chair, I think our purpose today was to highlight the problems and highlight whatever the community felt and suffered during the course of the flooding to date. But before we do that, Chair, I would like to bring to the Chair's attention the 11th of April 2022. This is the day and the night of the flooding in Tongaat. A day that I would not want to forget, and I do not think that the community of Tongaat would want to forget. It was something that we have never anticipated. Chair, I want to bring to your attention that, yes, we would say that Mother Nature has played a role in the suffering of the people of Tongaat. But I want to draw to the Commission's attention that certain parts of Tongaat, the lower lying areas of Tongaat, like the sand fields on Tongaat, the new town of Tongaat, the Naidi roads of Tongaat, was not solely due to the cause of Mother Nature. It was also the cause of neglect caused by the Tongaat Hewlett Group and partly by the eThekwini municipality. In saying that, Chair, I want to raise the question of maintenance. The river was claimed by the Tongaat Hewlett Group way back in 1952. 1976, Chair, Tongaat Hewlett Group had forcefully registered permanent servitudes over our people's land to dam water and to store water for the purposes of creating this dam, the Wewe Dam. On the night of the flooding, leaders of the Tongaat Civic Association, the Sandfield Civic Association, brought to the municipality and to Tonga Tulet's attention that the water was rising and something needs to be done. Chair, sadly enough, Tonga Tulet Group has pushed the buck whilst water was rising to the eThekwini municipality. We contacted the eThekwini municipality only to be told that the infrastructure was damaged and the sluice gate for the dam was open. Chair, that was not correct, because the water had come to such levels, it had already flooded the houses. People were leaving the houses. Houses were underwater, up to roof level. Chair, one of the residents, an employee of Tonga Tulet Group, had seen the rise of the water, had seen the houses underwater. He took it upon himself to go and break the lock of the sluice dam in order to allow the water to go through. By that time, damage has been done, lives have been lost. Chair, the plight of our people was disregarded by Tonga Tulet Group, was disregarded by the eThekwini municipality. We believe that the destruction of the water treatment plant was just not Mother Nature. It was negligence, as I said. But at the same time, Chair, the eThekwini municipality, when they realized the water treatment plant has been so badly damaged, they had not taken any steps to immediately try to see how they could fix the problem. What they did was to busy forming a way to see how they can now try to get money and bring tankers. In the time that Tonga Tulet Group, eThekwini municipality tried to get tankers, we as the citizens were relying on private companies to bring water to us. They had not done that immediately. They have not bothered so much as to go to the affected parties. We've lost lives, we've lost people, we've lost properties. They did nothing. All they did was to see how money was going to be made, Chair. What disturbs us as the leadership of Tonga Civic is that we're saying at the time they realized the water treatment plant was damaged, the president declared it a state of disaster. We believe that eThekwini municipality ought to have invoked Section 36 of MFA because it had ticked all boxes of emergency. The plant was damaged, lives were lost, everything. But they chose to take the route of the tender route. They should have invoked, because this was a disaster declared by the president of our country. Chair, my colleague will touch on a number of other issues, but I want to deal with one specific reservoir in Tonga. It is called the Mamba Ridge Reservoir. This reservoir supplies water to approximately 8 communities in Tonga. A week after the floods, Chair, the leadership of the civic associations did an inspection on Loka, and we found that the lines from the Mamba Ridge to these 8 communities were not damaged, as alleged by the municipality. What the municipality had done, Chair, is that they strategically shut off water on different points so that the community does not get water, and they created a place where they would satisfy the bigger business needs. Now, as leadership of the Tonga Civic Association, we have nothing against big business because they are the economy for our people. But the municipality's way of depriving us of the water was not correct. The spot where the big business, the flow-bin operators, there were other individuals that came with huge 2,500 liter tanks to go and sell that water to the community. It's water that they receive from the municipality. We were now buying that water. And I was understanding with the Tekwini municipality that their water tankers would fetch water from Ottawa and Springfield Park. But what they did, Chair, is they created this point, deprived our community of the water, allowed their tankers to take water to approximately 1.5 to 2 megs a day from the one particular reservoir, which could have conveniently supplied our people with the water. The stance pulled by the Tekwini municipality was also very cruel. What they did, they strategically found, Chair, places that our people would start to make noise. Our very own people, like the Makwavenis, they are very forceful. So they diverted a line to supply our people with water. We have no problem with that. That's our people. They supplied water to them. But when the line comes back, Chair, they then block off the line to the other areas, because those other areas are passionate. They would not want to do what the other areas would do. But we are all of the same, we all together, Chair, is that we don't want to say, Makwaveni, because you've got water, we don't like you. We are all together. We're all fighting this together. We're all suffering. But the strategy that was used to quieten them and allow us to suffer was not what we wanted. Chair, I would not labor too much on this. My colleague will take that. But I want to say that I specifically, as the chair of the Sandfield Civic Association, we had our entire sewer lines that runs through the river totally damaged during the floods. I personally raised on a public platform with the mayor, and I said to him that you are going with all the huge financial outlay with the treatment plant. But what water are you going to be giving to the people of Tonga? Because our river, the Wewe River, is the river that we are now going to be using to then filter the water down to our people. He said to me that, and to the meeting, that it will be done. Chair, when the mayor on the 2nd, so when he handed over the project, I then approached the deputy mayor and I said to him, I commend your efforts. I commend what you're doing, although you're 100 and some odd days later. But I commend it. Explain to us the water that we are going to be getting, Chair. Is there a plan? And if there is a plan to rectify that sewer, the raw sewer that is currently in the river, that you are professing that is going to be fed to our people of Tonga, can we have that plan? There is no plan. There is no budget. To date, as we speak now, Chair, the raw sewage of Sandfields, Newtown, Block Barracks, all is in that river as we speak. There's no sewer infrastructure. It's gone, destroyed. I've raised on Thursday with the head of the water and sanitation. No, my apologies, we're Wednesday night, Chair. I raised the very same question to him. He was so, he was very optimistic to say, you guys are crying about water. End of October, you'll have your plant. But I said, Mr. Msweli, what about the sewer system? What about the treatment plant, the sewer that's running to the treatment plant? He had no idea, Chair, that this sewer line was totally destroyed, which is not acceptable for someone in that position to come out in this meeting and say, I don't know, but I'm going to give you water. Chair, this is what surprises me as to the huge amount of money that has been spent on the water treatment plant, the huge amount of money they believe that we are going to be benefiting of this plant. It's going to be to zero because to date, there is no plan for the infrastructure. there's no plan as to how they're going to clear this, the sewer that's running into that river now. Chair, a proposal has been put to the municipality at the outset. We've said to the eThekwini municipality, we are pioneers of the Tongaat North area. The Tongaat Hewlett Group had its original water treatment plant, not the water treatment plant that has been destroyed. What was the difficulty in them utilizing the old Tongaat water treatment plant? Because the infrastructure is there, the pipes are there. It is just that you've created a new one. Can we not temporarily use that water treatment plant? We've got no favorable answers. There was a suggestion with the Tongaat Hewlett general manager and members of the Hambanati Crisis Committee, where a suggestion has been made and a proposal was made that if we connect filters to the current water furrow that's going, the entire Tongaat will have water in 2 days. The entire Tongaat. The head of water said, I have the filters. Tongaat Hewlett said, I'll give you 1 meg of water. It all disappeared in thin air after the protest was gone. I've raised that on Wednesday night again, that you all accepted the proposal. It was a proposal that was going to work, but nothing materialized. The answer that I got, Chair, is that it's going to cost 30 million rand equivalent to the repairs of the water treatment plant. Now, that we beg to differ, because we had done a number of studies, we've done a number of quotations, and that was going to come nowhere. In fact, when the municipality announced its 15 million rand cost for the contract of the new water tankers, we said, if you spend 500,000 rand, we will be saving the city 14.5 million rand, because this was the projections in terms of the proposal that were made, Chair. So it is very clear that there was no political will. There was no will for them to provide the community of Tongaat with water. It was all about back to the state capture. Let's plan, let's try to see how we're going to make money. All these proposals that were made by the community has all gone by the wayside. Chair, I'm going to hand to my colleague. He will take over from there. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing us to make a presentation to you guys. We want to thank Charles. It was quite an informative note that he's given us. I think the difference between us sitting here, especially the three of us here, and my colleagues in the crowd is, we get up every day to know water. And we go home, we got to collect water. One of the things that we need to understand is we come here not just as passionate people, but we are a little bit enraged as well. I am the chairman of the Tongaat Civic Association. I have almost 20 civics under our association, from the north to the south of Tongaat. We also have affiliates like the Tongaat Child Welfare, the Hindu Unity Forums, the Muslim Society, the Christian fraternities, as well as the sports fraternities that fall under our banner. So rightfully, we represent Tongaat, and we speak for and on behalf of Tongaat right now. My name is Pragasan Perumal. I reside in Belvedere. I've been a resident here for almost 25 years. I was elected as the General Secretary of the Belvedere Civic Association, as well as recently as the President of the Tongaat Civic Association. Tongaat is the center of the sugar growing industry, largely because this is where Tongaat Hewlett Group has one of its major sugar mills, and its head office is also located in our town. The history of our indentured labor goes back to the 1800s, when Tongaat sugar industry was formed. We have many small to medium micro enterprises, mainly textile and farming related businesses in and around Tongaat. The King Shaka International Airport is 5 kilometers outside of our little town. My submissions today will focus on the main categories: the municipality's failure to act quickly in invoking emergency procedures, failure to meaningfully communicate and work with us on the ground, failure to secure sufficient water tanks to the area, allowing mafia-style allocation of water to the area, giving away a third force sort of brand operating within Tongat, officials and councillors, water being sent to specific areas, allowing of an emergence of a new water tanker business coming into Tongat, because all we see now is new tankers, no plates, no certificates, nothing of that operating in Tongat. The failure to connect an interim via alternate sources indicated to us by our organization and various engineers as to water coming into our town. My submission today is regarding the human rights violation of that occurred after the floods in April 2022. Today, Monday, the 15th of August, marks 126 days that the residents of Tongat do not have water on tap. I say that again. 126 days that the residents of Tongat do not have water on tap. It is imperative that we believe eThekwini municipality interacted within days of the flood and implemented the Section 36 regulation with regard to the water treatment plant. The moment the President announced us as a state of disaster, we could have possibly had water today. We believe that the eThekwini's failure to implement the Section 36 regulation immediately has impacted on the inherent human dignity and the right for us to have dignity respected and protected. We believe that our rights to have our healthcare facilities fully functional, sufficient food and water has not been forthcoming by the eThekwini municipality. Tongat, amongst other areas, was just as affected, if not more severely, than other areas such as the Amsloti beach area. I make this reference specifically to the area in terms of the equality we may have been unfairly discriminated against, specifically in terms of our race category. Tongat, being predominantly an Indian and black residential area, has been sidelined in terms of service delivery and repairs as compared to the Amsloti beach area, which is a predominantly white residential area. I refer this purely based on the speed at which the services were rendered to bring Amsloti back on track. In the days after the flood, the eThekwini committed 3 water tankers to wards 58, 61, and 62 to service a population of approximately 65,000 people. That's including our informal settlements. The civilian component, made up of various civic bodies, religious organizations, NPOs, NGOs, as well as private sector companies and residents, came to the rescue of Tongat for well over 20 days after the floods. Due to eThekwini's lack of poor response and assist the communities, various meetings and protests began to spiral out of control, begging for services such as running water, drinking water, food, and medical attention. Our clinics and local hospitals at that time struggled to remain open as the demand for water had started to escalate. Our healthcare system and social security rights were being violated as everyone needed access to water. At this time, many residents that were affected by our flooding started to gather at our various community halls, being the La Mercy Community Hall, the Belvedere Community Hall, our Tongat Town Hall. Up to today, as I speak, has been hosting 106 residents, our Tongat Community Hall, and they seem to be forgotten. The civilian component over the period of time supplied a total of 43,000 meals and over 1.3 million liters of water by disaster management committee that was formed within Tongat. In the midst of this, we were at the peak of COVID as infections started to rise and the lack of running water, including needed to wash our hands, started to allow the virus to spread. Everyone has the right to access to water, yet very little was forthcoming from eThekwini municipality. As the days progressed, we started to receive a growing call for drinking water, which came to us in 5-liter containers via gift of the givers from various other parts of the country. There had been growing call from communities for 20-liter plastic containers to residents so be able to carry water from tankers into their homes. Coupled with this, the community had started to request static tanks so that we are able to allow water to collect water and to collect water from there via our 20-liter buckets. During this time, we were also hit with a second set of floods that had become noticeable, what had become noticeable during the second set of floods is the carbon footprint that we were leaving in terms of the plastic that had been washed away in our rivers and into the oceans. Everyone has the right to an environment that does not harm the health and well-being, and the carbon footprint that the plastic industry has left in Tongaat will take us many years to recover from. We now have companies starting to pick up the plastic and recycle them to help reduce the pollution factor. We have also had many boreholes drilled by various organizations which are within a close proximity in our area. It is a noble gesture by various organizations such as Gift of the Givers and other private sector entities. The effects of these boreholes may not be seen now, but in the latter years we begin to see that once again the effects of draining our natural resources from the earth. It had been almost 3 months since eThekwini committed to any work regarding our water treatment plant. Once the tender was eventually awarded, the process had been delayed further by a company that wasn't awarded the tender. As residents of eThekwini, we had a right to access of information which was not forthcoming from eThekwini. We have yet to see a plan scheduled to repairs of the water treatment plant as well as a progress update on a weekly basis. We do receive a daily schedule of tankers, hence residents are denied information as to when the tankers will arrive, how many tankers will arrive, the times they will arrive, if the water in the tankers will be sufficient for the residents of Tonga. There seems to be no documented proof in terms of tankers coming into our area, if they have been accounted for, how many loads have been done. There has been no one speaks of any records of anything of that nature. To say that a tanker had come into my road, do I acknowledge it? Has it been accounted for in terms of their budgetary process and their payment processes? The question of legitimacy of water tankers or the number of loads being distributed to the communities and proof thereof, we have reported various sewer-related issues, including burst pipes, that are allowing sewer to flow into our river and hence increasing the E. coli levels in the ocean. To date, the river has sewage flowing into them. We believe eThekwini has held back on pertinent information to residents of Tonga regarding the time frame as to which and when these sewer systems will be repaired. We believe the manner in which we're being treated is discriminatory, shows reason for inequality, and is infringed on our human dignity, and has shown total disregard for our environment and the residents of our town. The incapacity of Amgeni Water, eThekwini, as well as the Minister of Water and Sanitation, as well as Kokta, in their aid of residents of Tonga to resolve this water crisis, we as residents are not able to continue without water for the further 4 months, as indicated by eThekwini municipality. Water is a scarce resource. The logo says some for all. I say that again, the logo says some for all. Has clearly not helped Tonga in any way. We believe these parties are negligent for the lack of action and the lack of political will to bring water to the residents of Tonga. Residents have many stories to tell of injuries. As I entered this auditorium here, I have messages of an elderly woman who suffered a fractured skull and may not survive this incident in hospital. Some are still in hospital, laying in their deathbed. The elderly woman carrying 20 liters of water. We come from an area where we predominantly have flats that are 2, 3, 4 flights high. We have elderly carrying 20-liter buckets up those stairs every day for the last 126 days. We've had an incident of a gentleman falling while carrying a bucket of water, which subsequently led to his death, which was about 2 weeks ago. We believe the municipality and all organs of state could have done better to improve the current situation. The negligence falls fairly on the part of eThekwini for the lack of maintenance of infrastructure, roads, stormwater, drains, rivers, as well as the sewer lines, which have all been affected in the Tongaat area. The Tongaat Hewlett Group must come forth regarding the opening and closing of the sluice gates at the Pringle Dam and its functionality at the Wewe Dam. As by an historic agreement, the sewer lines running across the Wewe River fell under the maintenance of the Tongaat Hewlett Group. The areas of Sandfields and Fabries were severely affected by the lack of maintenance of these sewer lines, as well as the rivers by the Tongaat Hewlett, as well as eThekwini municipality. We believe the severe flooding of Sandfields area is directly related to the flooding of the water coming from the Pringle Dam that belongs to the Tonga-Gullet Group. This is not the first time that the Sandfields area has been flooded. It has occurred previously various times. The following is a list of possible solutions that may be implemented within Tonga to receive water on tap. These require the intervention of the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Amgeni Water, eThekwini Water, Kokta, and the reason I state this is that we believe that there is a lack of political will to resolve the crisis with immediate effect. We place on record that should these solutions not be implemented, Tonga is on the brink of one of its most severe protests. So let me just reiterate what I'm saying in terms of the solutions. I allude to my colleague Charles Chetty directing us to Mamba Ridge Reservoir, where a specific standpipe has been fitted. Mamba Ridge Reservoir was a collection reservoir, bulk reservoir, water coming in. From there, water was diverted to various other mini reservoirs like Burberry's and Yanros. If water goes into those reservoirs, we don't need tankers there. Residents will be able to get water. On a daily basis, from morning to evening, 10, 11 o'clock at night, tankers are queuing up there the entire day to fill water to bring to residents in the same area that we're talking about. Our question is, why is that water not diverted into the reservoirs, yet it can be filled into tankers? Increase the water supply coming to Mamba Ridge Reservoir by water shedding the La Mercy, the Sea Tides, the Desaniga, the Westbrook and areas north of Westbrook, including the Belito and the Quadaguza groundful areas. Watershed these areas at night, divert the water into Mamba Ridge. At present, many tankers are filling the reservoirs here at this reservoir during the day. The reason we suggest is we fill at night or watershed at night. It does not have such a heavy impact on residents that are going to be watershed. Let us divert all water into the reservoirs north of Mamba Ridge that supplies Yanros, Burberry's, Furberry's, Sandfield, as well as other parts of Tonga Central. To assist the Mamba Ridge, complete the Avondale tie-in that comes from the Belito area, ensure all risk assessments are assigned, and allow water to fill into the Mamba Ridge Reservoir. The tie-in from the Ndwetwe to supply Belvedere Reservoir, which will in turn supply other areas such as Imona. So I live in an area, I need to explain to you guys, I live in an area called Belvedere, and informal settlements, residents about 4,000, formal residents about 5,000 people. We have water coming to 3 normal taps, like your garden taps, passing our reservoir there, coming into 3 normal taps. We have people that queue at these taps from morning to afternoon. Yet that same water cannot go into our reservoir. We as residents found a solution or a manner in which we could get water to the residents. We connected a high level and a low level flow from that line. And out of 17 roads in Belvedere, 10 roads started to receive water, including the informal settlement of Mumbai. This was strategically called as an illegal connection by eThekwini as well as Amgeni Water, as we were tapping into lines that were supplying other areas but not Tonga. Engage Tonga-Gullet to supply water to Maidstone and surrounding areas via their current filtration plant. The mill is fully functional, it needs water to function. So it's getting water from somewhere. So we are asking, in the days back to before we could belong to Metro and eThekwini, the Tonga-Gullet was able to supply its own areas or its own little communities with water via the filtration plant at the mill. At one stage, those areas were even independent of the grid. The mill used to even supply them with electricity. So we are asking, why are we not able to do that now? Just to assist these areas like Ambanati and the surrounding areas of Maidstone to collect water. Mr. P.V. Mavunjla as well as Ednik Nsweli are aware of the water filtration system that can be adapted to the water treatment plant furrow line that filters the line and can be pumped into Belvedere. Our esteemed Joe Mtembo will elaborate on that a little later. On the days after the flooding, the South African Defence Force had brought in a water purification plant into Tonga. To date, nothing has been forthcoming about this matter. From what we understand, this plant has been parked at the Hazelmere water treatment plant. The reason we cited the Minister of Water is due to the fact that he needs to instruct Amgeni Water which is behaving as it is not as if it is not an SOE, and it is an independent and private entity, to instruct Amgeni Water, as well as the Indwetwe, Ilembe, and the Kwaduguza areas, as well as Caesar Water, that supply water into the Belvedere and other reservoirs in Tonga. Our reason for citing eThekwini is for them to watershed the coastal regions and divert water into the Mamba region and the Ninga South areas. Water is the right to life, and the conduct of the powers to be is a direct infringement of our basic human right, wherein water tankers can be filled within Tonga to supply us with water, yet at our homes we do not receive water. The various standpipes that allow flow bins and residents to queue in have also been shut off strategically. In a recent email, we found that Amgeni Water was involved in shutting off the standpipe where flow bins could fill and provide residents with water. Yes, there is that apparent sale of water at the moment, but we are left with no other alternative but to buy water that comes to our homes, as the Tigrini municipality has failed. Over the last 3 weeks or months, they have openly said contracts have been terminated and the water coming to Tonga has been reduced. We believe that the lack of intervention to instruct Amgeni Water to supply water to residents has failed the people of Tonga. Our World Health Organization believes that an average resident needs approximately 100 liters of water to survive. If we take Tonga and let's assume 25 tankers coming to Tonga, and if you do the maths, if they come at 3 loads at a time, there's about 1.2 million liters of water coming to Tonga. If you take 65,000 residents and you divide that, it gives us just under 20 liters of water for a resident to supply per day. And that is factual information. We cannot beat around the bush. They have failed us. Even the number of tankers has reduced. As late as yesterday, I saw my councillor putting 4 tankers for a ward of 20,000 residents. My submission to this commission has been truthful and honest to my opinion. I pray that we are able to intervene. Thank you.
Good morning, Sanbona. Ngiyabonga. Slala, thanks, Chair. My colleagues, what they have done, they have made my life easier than I thought. Tonga is rich of water, but Tonga, Hewlett Sugar, plus Umgeni Water, and the third, our municipality, are failing us. They are switching off our right of water. We gave them solution. What is to be done so that the entire of Tonga will get water whilst they are still repairing the plant that was flooded. The plant was flooded through municipality and the company because the siphon dam, the gate was closed, the water couldn't flow or overflow into the river. That's why the water built up till it flooded the people's houses. It was both municipality and the company. They failed to do their job properly. If my colleague, Mr. Shady, will recall what I said the first day we met, I asked him, is our municipality Umgeni Water got really qualified artisans? He said they are telling us that they have artisans. I said, no, they haven't got artisans. Because by a profession, I'm a fitter and tanner. but I'm retired. I'm very old now. At the end of this month, I'll be 70 years old. And I said, if the feeders that they have and the boiler makers that they have, each feeder could overhaul a pump in 4 hours' time if impeller sleeves, everything are brought to them. Now they are failing us. Then the solution we gave to our deputy minister, he came to Tongat. If I'm not mistaken, it was on the 11th or the 9th of May. I gave him the solution that we have this older filter that the company, the sugar company, is using at the moment. The mill needs more purified water to crush sugar, to boil sugar. They need more purified water. They are using the old filters. I said, please, Mr. Minister, Mr. Mahlobo, liaise with the Tongat Sugar to tie our pipes to the old filter that they are using. Then, sorry to mention the names of the people that I'm going to recall. After I have explained everything in detail, he said, Mr. Msweli, I need you to work hand in hand with Mr. Msweli, Mr. Mtembo, and Mr. Hatebe, because they know these pipes properly, because I worked several years with the company. And the pumps that they are talking about, I know them. You can take me to anywhere. Give me the sewer pump. Give me whatever pump you know. You give me a lathe, I'll strip and assemble that in a day's time. Now here, I said, please get us filters or tie on this pipe. There are pipes that are laid above the Tongat River, crossing to Hambanati. I showed them the pipes, that we only need flexible hoses to tie in on this line. Then we run the line into, I think it's a 400 pipe that feeds our reservoir, Hambanati Reservoir. That they ought to space it, then install our stub piece, connect our pipe, then we'll have water. The entire of Tonga will have water. Then Msweli agreed. Then the speaker took over. The speaker said, why are we failing the people of Tongat as a government? Because already the private company, they also had a problem. They tied their flexible pipes, the mill is getting water. Why are we failing? Please, Msweli, do as these people are saying. Msweli was going to talk with us. On the very same day at 5 o'clock, he failed us. It's Msweli who's failing the entire of Tongat. Then, after that, on the 23rd of June, the Hambanati people were picketing, complaining of water. We asked for the mayor. The mayor didn't come to us. His deputy came to us, accompanied by Mr. Mavundla. The same solution were given to them. I myself, with my colleagues, we went with them to show them the pipes that they need to tie in or give us the pipes. We will do it on our own. But if the sugar company allows us to tie our pipes, we went, it was around about 5:30 in the evening. Luckily, the GM, Mr. Madlala, was still at his office. Then he was phoned. He said he's coming. He came. We showed them the pipes. He said, yeah, it's a good opportunity. But now, I'm using the old filters, the old filtering system. It's on range. It's giving us plus or minus the max that we need. We only have 1 meg of water that we can give the people of Tongat. But in other days, they are not going to get this water. Then suggestions were made. Then at last they said, no, I have no problem, Mr. Mavondla. Please tie your filters on my ferro line. The ferro line is made of clean water because it's coming from Upper Tongat. It's clean water, drinkable water. We were waiting for that process. He said, Msweli said, the filters are ordered, the filters. We have no problem. Everything is on the pipeline. And yet we know that there are filters that are in Halzalmir. They should ask for those filters, come and tie them. The next day we have water. They failed us. We are ashamed, even with these tankers. It takes us days to get us water. We are buying water. If you haven't got 200 rand, you have no water. Last week, we received water Monday. From Monday till Sunday morning, the water was delivered yesterday morning. What is that? Is that helping people or it's killing people? It means it's our government that is killing us. Municipalities government. What are they doing? If we are liaising with the councillor is telling us that he's been given 1 truck. 1 truck for 7,000 people. What is that? And they are sharing water to politicians. I'm not a politician. I'm a temple-going man. I can't join any politic group. I can't have 2 certificates. A baptismal certificate here, a political card on this side. No, I can't be praising 2 gods. Now, politics is failing our people. We need water. Please, Mr. Chair, do us a favor. Tell Mavundla that we, people of Tongat, who are still waiting for him to come and install water. Because on the Faro water, what the Tongat Sugar Company did, they have 3 spool pieces blanked off. It means if they come with the filters, it's to release these M16 nuts, 2 M24 spanners, and a gasket to 10 pipes. Then the next hours we have water. Why they are letting us down? They want us to burn the streets. They want us to kill ourselves. Because soon it's going to be a war in between those who support mainly the politics side, and then those who are not supporting politics. We are voting, even if we're not on politics, because we are hoping that those people that we are voting for, they are going to help us. they're not helping us. Remember, Charles, I asked you that in Tonga we have 3 councillors. What are they doing for us? Mr. Chair, if you call them now, you ask them, what are you doing to your people about water? The answer will be nothing. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Mr. Chetty's hand is up. Unfortunately, our time with you has run out. Did you forget to say something else?
No, Chair, our apology, we've not introduced Baba Mthembu. He's been an employee, ex-employee of Tonga Tulip Group in the layout of the infrastructure, and he's been part of that is how we have the technical knowledge of how and where the pipes are. So it's his experience, and therefore he understands. He's been part of the process. Our apologies for not.
Sorry.
No, thank you very much. It became very clear in his own presentation that he's got the technical knowledge. Well, thank you very much for your presentation this morning. The panel will now engage with the presentation. I will just check with my fellow panelists if there are any questions. Should we start with you, Doctor? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to verify a few things. One is, what has been the response? You mentioned various people from Tonga Hewlett, but I just want to, what is their official response in terms of them assisting with water? That is one. Second is, where exactly, again, it's just a matter of clarity. Say, where exactly is the bottleneck in terms of getting the water available to the community? Those are the 2 primary questions that I have.
I would like to give you the answer. It was agreed that if we tie in filters on the Faro water, then they won't give us that 1 meg, because we will have more than 6 megs of water in our reservoirs. Once we have these 6 megas in our reservoirs, let me count our reservoirs. The first reservoir from the existing, this cleaning station that has been damaged at the moment. The first is Ihambanati. From Hambanati, we have Metcalf. From Metcalf, we have Imona. Imona, we have Belvedere. If Hambanati is full, then they bypass it straight to Belvedere, because Belvedere is higher. Then the gravitation system takes its own course. Then all the reservoirs will be filled up. Now, it's up to answer your question. With this 1 meg, still the company can assist us, because the pipes are on the way. New guys are being employed by the company. They don't know the system. They must come back to us and ask us where to join these pipes. If they don't want to join them up on the bridge, they'll only dig about 600 to 700. Then they'll get a connection. Now it's to liaise the municipality or Amgeni to liaise the correct way with the sugar company. Then the problem is solved. The Tonga got water. Thanks.
Do you have any follow-up questions? Okay.
No, thank you. Babum Velase, who is Mr. Msweli and in what capacity is he? Head of water. Thank you. Commissioner Nissen?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just a few questions of clarity. Who does the tankers belong to? Is the private company? Are they on contract with the municipality? And are they paying for the water that they fetch in order to sell it to you? And secondly, if you look at your rates and service accounts, does the municipality charge you for a service for that water which they deliver to you? And yeah, so that's the first part of the questions. I'm very interested in to hear, perhaps not for this day, but if we could hear more about it at some stage, that was Tongaat Hewlett's company ever made any compensation for redirecting that river? And I know perhaps they would have done things such as social responsibility, etc. But what about the environment? What about, was there any coming from them to say, we're so sorry? Because clearly the redirection of the river has got an impact on the environment there and effectively on the water issues that you are facing. The reluctance of government, or government, in this case the local government, calling when you have meetings with them, do you do follow-ups with them to say, you were here yesterday, what are you doing, etc., for now?
Chair. Sorry, Charles. So, Chair, sorry, in terms of the water tankers itself, as residents or as residents of Tongaat, we have no knowledge. There are a few that comes branded the eThekwini municipality. They have the NDM registration. We know that they belong to the municipality. They're generally very much smaller tankers, like up to maybe 5,000 or 8,000 liter tankers. The outsourced tankers are not labeled, neither are they marked. Of recent, we've seen a particular brand or make of tanker that's giving us water. No number plates, no registrations, no stickers or anything of that nature indicating where they actually come from. So we have no knowledge as such as to who's, except for the eThekwini tankers that do come occasionally, that come into our district. The other tankers, we don't know who they belong to or which particular category or organization or business, basically.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the compensation of the water, some of the residents are currently receiving water bills. They are being charged for water. Our advices were, from the councillors concerned, is that we have to pay for the water that's been on our bills and raise a complaint. But you cannot not stop paying, although we're not receiving water, we cannot not stop paying because they will disconnect the lights. Chair, this has been a sore to the community because what has been happening is that there are flow bin operators that collect this water free of charge from these water points provided by the municipality, and they're selling the water to us as individuals. So we are buying the water they're receiving free, and simultaneously there are certain parts of Tonga that are being billed for water which we don't receive. In terms of the compensation by Tongaat Hewlett Group, Chair, back in 1979, the Tongaat Hewlett Group had brought an application in the Water Court where they claimed that they want to register permanent servitudes over various portions of lands belonging to individuals along the Wewe River. There was huge resistance to that in the sense that our people use that land for farming and vegetation and stuff. But what Tongaat Hewlett Group did, they then came and said, I am offering you 100 rand for this land if you don't take this 100 rand, we are getting a court order against you, and we're going to register the servitude court. We want it. And some of the residents, they were not educated at the time, they accepted that 100 rand. The most that was given to an individual back in 1979 was 320 rand, Chair. And the one party opposed this application back then. They went into water court and they lost. So they forcefully took this. When they took this water, this piece of land, it was our understanding, or the understanding of the community at that stage, that they were going to be compensated for the crops that was reaped on it, not understanding that they have now paid compensation and they've taken away that land and they've registered, formally registered in the deeds office, a permanent servitude. So one of the conditions of the water court that Tongaat Hulett made, Chair, is that it was going to maintain the river and for the owners of the property to allow Tongaat Hulett to come and erect a fence along that river. That has not been done. Nothing has been. The only time the then Tongaat group, when they took the land, for about 2 years, they maintained the river. As soon as they saw that the pressure of the people had lessened, they just left the river the way it is. It was just the community organization, like the Civic and other bodies of the Sandfields area, that actually went in, because it was being infested by the mosquitoes and all these alien plants. We could not survive that. So, yeah, from Tongaat Hulett Group, they compensated, but the understanding was it was for the crops. Only later we realized that a permanent servitude is registered in the deeds office. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, Mr. Chetty says that they feel that they're being discriminated against, because your question, your statement was, when it came to this one community, they were rushing there. But when it came to you, they are nowhere to be seen. So you feel you're being discriminated on the basis of color?
Chair, to a certain extent, I would say that not in terms of color more especially, I think in terms of the pressure that over the years that the community has put on the municipality. If that particular community had no lights for 2 hours, the streets would burn. If they had no water for 3 hours, the streets would burn. So to us as the greater community of that area, we believe, and it is our understanding, that they conveniently put a line there so they could quieten them, and that truly happened. They are very quiet to this date, but when they were canvassed about the suffering of the other people by Babamtembu and other leaders, that same area said, we will support whatever action because we see what has been done. So quite rightly so, they have very strategically seen to that community that it gets its water and the balance of all. Because, Chair, if we do an inspection in local, not even 200 meters is too long. You get the water to that point, and as soon as that point comes into the so-called Indian area to our other residents, they shut that valve so we can keep quiet. So it's strategic. That area got it, few hundred meters, the valve is shut. If we open that valve now, and I've addressed it to Mr. Ednik Msweli on Wednesday, I said to him, I will take you there. We will open that water with you, and you will see the water is going through. And he said he doesn't know about it. So, yeah, it's true.
Any follow-up questions? Yes. Any follow-up questions? Mr. Pirma, Mr. Chetty, and Ubabum Tembo, thank you very much for your time this morning. I don't have any questions for you, except to thank you. Our role here is this inquiry, in addition to conducting an investigation, is to attempt to fast-track the process of service delivery, particularly as it pertains to the protection of your right to accessing water. We thank you very much for your submissions. our team, particularly the KZN office, has noted the submission. I will ask, I did see in the submissions, the written submissions that you have made additional notes, and if you could maybe submit those notes as well, if you are comfortable with that, we would very much appreciate it. But even the non-written submission that you made, Babu Mtembu, has been noted. We will also be hearing from the municipality itself during this inquiry, and we will put some of the allegations that you have made to them for them to respond for themselves. And we will do our best to ensure that we attend to the matters in Tongaat. But thank you very much. I think most concerning was the assertion made by yourself, Mr. Perumal, and I quote you to say that Tongaat is on the brink of its most severe protest. And I think this was also affirmed by Yumbelase. So we are very much aware of this, and we want, by all means, to avert an unrest. Our people do deserve water. So thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. You may now be excused. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hayi siyabonga Mvelase. Siyabonga. Program Director.
Next, we have the Ugu Ratepayers Association, Mr. David Watson.
Mr. Watson, good morning and welcome.
Thank you. If I don't leave the cameras here, I'll be a lot more nervous than I already am.
No, don't be nervous. Just pretend they are not here.
I'll pretend they're naked or something. And then
Yes, yes. Would you be more comfortable seated, or are you fine standing? Okay, thank you very much. Before you begin, do you have any objections to taking the oath, or would you prefer an affirmation?
No, I have no objection to taking that.
Well, in that regard, could you please state your full name for the record?
David Ian Watson.
Welcome, Mr. Watson. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this morning will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. You are duly sworn in. You may begin your presentation as indicated to the previous witnesses. We have an hour with you. If you could maybe wrap up your presentation in 30 minutes, and thereafter the panel will engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Commissioners, and all people present here, I greet you firstly in the name of the Lord, and secondly, I greet you on behalf of the ratepayers and residents of the Ugu Region District Municipality of the South Coast. I greet you. When we're discussing, there's a lot we could have discussed here, but we decided when we made the submissions here, the application for submission, that we're going to emphasize the human rights aspect of this, to bring the human suffering to the Human Rights Commission. We feel that our ongoing, and I hear the previous submission from the guys in Tongaat, hey, we stand with you, we suffer with you. But I'm not going to go too much into the failings of the different state departments and the municipalities and authorities on the thing. That is, we believe, is the purvey of the public protector who are currently engaging with to force the state departments to do their jobs. But we appreciate the chance here to bring the Human Rights Commission to you and to be integrated on part of that process. We've also decided today, and the submissions we made, to focus on water supply and not sewage. Sewage is a completely different and very complex matter, so we will touch on it, but not go into detail. Okay, from whom am I representing here? I'm mandated to represent from Hebridean to Port Edward, two far-stretched towns, 82 k's apart on the lower south coast. They encompass wards 13, 16, 12, 17, 18, 3, 19, 2, 10, 9, and 1. The reason for the funny numbers, as that's going down the coast. Rankonyeni has about 380,000 K residents. About 80,000 reside within the wards that we represent, that are being presented here today. There are also a further 30,000 who at various times of the day or during the week enter into the area of these wards. So that means that any water issues we talk about here directly affect about 110,000 people. One thing is for sure though, we stand by the whole of the district, because I can assure the Human Rights Commission that the state and Ugu are equal opportunity offenders when it comes to offending the whole of our area. It's not just us. We took note of the relevant legislation that evidences this hearing here today. We took note. I'm not going to go into the Constitution. Madam Chair, you and your commissioners are the experts on what our rights are under the Constitution. I'm not going to repeat them all. Is that me? Section 184 of the Constitution enables your body to exist and mandates it to these functions. Chapter 227(1)(b) of the Constitution clearly states that citizens have a right to sufficient food and water. Now, there are many, many court cases and rulings and precedents around that, so I'm not going to go into detail on that. I think I would like to table as accepted that water is a basic human right under the Constitution. And we also look at the Human Rights Commission Act 40 of 2013, which enables and instructs the Commission to hold these hearings today, and we applaud you for following the terms of your act. Who are the alleged offenders? I mean, if you're going to say somebody's suffering human rights, who's actually causing it? Okay, so that's those are the ones talking about offending. If somebody's been stabbed, there's somebody stabbing him. So now we're going to go down to the people who we primarily believe are the offenders here, and we wish to be jointly and individually investigated and held to account for this continuing travesty. So Ugu District Municipality Council, and not just the current one, the previous two iterations. Department of Water and Sanitation. Ultimately, water is a national competency, and the minister is ultimately responsible for ensuring its management. The Water Act also empowers the Department of Water Affairs with a local branch to actually do the operational section of delivering water. And through all that, and to coordinate all those, we have the Department of COGTA, nationally, and KZN COGTA, who are supposed to ensure that if these departments don't work together and do their job and their mandate, that they enact certain procedures under the law. So we cover them. We actually allege, and I've not used the word legally or criminally charge, that these are the responsible people for the travesty that we are suffering. Right, who is affected? Now we talk, Chana, about human rights. Human rights is a word that we can spin around and we can spit out and we can use it too easily. And it can be abused too easily. But it's always come down to the people. That's who's affected. People, for one, all residents. I'm going to talk about the Ugu distributor. Every single resident in Ugu is affected by this. This is not new for us. We go back actually 9 years. The water crisis developed 9 years ago, if you can go back on the hearings. We also successfully secured a SAHRC hearing in 2017 and early 2018. There was some guys came down, with no disrespect meant. We felt that they were very junior officials that were sent down there. They did brief interviews with a couple of people down there, and I mean just a couple. They had extensive interview with the municipality, who naturally bamboozled them with technicalities, verbosity, and diversions from actually the crisis that was at hand. The report that was tabled by the Human Rights Commission in 2018, reflected that. A short 1.5 pages that did not speak to the people. In fact, then there was another 16 pages of poorly photocopied, another PowerPoint presentation, copied and pasted from somewhere, which did not address actually the human rights tragedy that we were discussing. They can put things like that to a public protector. They can put technical details like that to the different minister. When it comes to human rights, we need to speak to the human rights. The elderly. South Coast is a retirement home. It's an overgrown retirement home. And people come there, they don't leave. So they come there young and they stay till they're old. So we have a large function of elderly people. The elderly suffer particularly these ongoing water shortages. Remember, when I'm talking about Ugu here, I don't talk anything less than 3 days. We don't record less than 3 days without water. It would be such a volume of data that it would be just meaningless. We only record for more than 3 days. We chose 3 days to stay within 72 hours of the state of crisis, no, state of emergency. So, the elderly, the disabled. I'm not going to go into, I don't think I have to go into detail. Just now I'll give you a couple of personal experiences I had. The disabled, the children, school-going age females, particularly hard hit, because their household duties now interfere in their ability to go to school. They have to toilet mines. They have to go and fetch water. This is just the way, and this is not just in rural areas, it's also in urban areas. Guys are not going to school because the kids have to make sure there's water from wherever they can find it. Even more so, school-going age females, because of the lack of water and the ongoing lack of water, their feminine hygiene at certain times of the month is severely impacted and they cannot attend school. If you know, I mean, I'm not going to go into detail on that, but I think I'll make that submission. It's a particularly vulnerable group. The businesses. Every single society relies on its local economy to provide the needs of society and to meet the aims and objectives of society. Our businesses are, by the sheer nature of it, severely affected by the ongoing and extensive water. I mean, currently, right now at the moment, can I speak personally now, Madam Chair? We had 34 days where I live in my suburb, my town, 34 days with no water. We had water for 6 hours at roughly less than half a bar pressure, achieved. The Ugu actually then stated that all of our complaints, because we reported every single day reference numbers, were cleared, achieved. Then we sat for, we were lucky that time, 14 days, where we had no water, but we were lucky. This time we got 8 hours of water at a reasonable pressure. I'm not going to go into, there are so many details. When I finish this submission, Chair, I will be tabling a link for your secretariat to all the bodies of evidence. They are numerous to the things I'm stating here. They will be tabled so they can download them, and all the body of evidence is there. There's not enough paper and SAPI to print out the body of evidence we had, John. The beaches. South Coast is totally, is largely reliant on tourism. A tourism product. People come on holiday, they come from a gangster province. Now that is tense. They come down here looking to relax. They come to the beach for a day at the beach with their family. They pay money for that. It's a vital part of our economy. You try spending the day at the beach when there are no toilets because they're all closed, and they close sometimes for months. So it's affecting that as well. All 4 major clinics, going from Herberdine to Port Edward, all 4 major clinics, it could be the subject of a whole submission to this commission as to how the impact on the operation of the clinics and that further impact on the human rights of the people as provided by the clinics is profound. Those sisters, as far as I'm concerned, those sisters who work in those clinics, they walk on water. How they manage to actually still provide the service and the crisis they face with no water, I'll leave it to your imagination. The 2 hospitals. The one hospital has its own water supply. The planners years ago must have had a Sangoma who looked in the bones and told them what was going to happen to water in this country. So they put in a very professional, self-sustained system. The other 2 hospitals, the government hospitals and the one private, government hospital, the one private hospital. Just the sheer water alone, loss of water alone. And you know, when I start talking the length period here, you must understand that yes, they put tanks in. They are JoJos. How many JoJos do you have to provide the daily needs of a hospital for periods that what I'm talking about? It's unmanageable. The schools. If you look at the norms and standards and the health regulations of schools, for at least 80% of the time, no school in our area that I represent should be open. Because you fail municipal standards, you can't flush the toilet, you can't wash your hands, you can't, those schools, if we look at the requirements of the Department of Basic Education and the Schools Act, they don't meet those standards because there is no water. Once again, Usually, the community and the governing bodies have provided tanks. So they'll put tanks up to grab the rainwater and to, when the little muzani comes there and they quickly bag some in the tanks there. It's never enough, ever, to keep that. There are not enough tanks made by Jojo to store enough water to keep them going. We mustn't always forget there's a further level of sentient beings in the South Coast, or the animals, the suffering that the animal. If there's a shortage of water in an area, and it's either your child or your goat, or your child or your granny or your dog, who gets the water? So the animals suffer as well. Let's not neglect the fact that the domesticated animals and the animal husbandry, the commercial animals, suffer as well. And they have rights too as sentient beings. I'm just going to give you 3 examples. A little bit of a background. I was a councillor for 12 years. I resigned in sheer disgust at the inability of the state and its local organs and municipalities to do anything correctly. I just could not take it anymore. I'm not used to no outcome. So I resigned and decided to spend my civic time with civics like I am today now and other organizations. I stand with the people of Tongaat. Politics and the councils are failing us when it comes to human rights, failing us. We can go into detail on that, but that is surely the purvey of the COGTA investigations and the public protector, how they're failing. It's not here, not here. I can give you 3. These are personal ones. I could keep you going all day. I'm not repeating from hearsay, just thinking about personally. And I'm not saying that I was doing something correct. I'm just saying these are my personal, because then I can swear to it as being true. The one was, I get a message from somewhere that, oh, that old lady in that one house there, we haven't seen her for a couple of days. So I go and find the house and knock on the door. This I think she was 82 or 83-year-old, comes, she's bent like this. She comes to the door, looking at me with these, I was a medic, you know what I mean? I know what somebody who's severely dehydrated looks like, what they're suffering like. At that stage, to say she was disabled and elderly would be an understatement. At that stage, she was really worried because the day before, she'd finished drinking the water from the cistern in her house, the toilet. That was her last water. Her cell phone had died. She's not technical whiz-kid. You can't like strip down to the shop or. She was just stuck in the house. I'd like to submit here, if that lady had been left for another 12 hours, she would have been dead. Did not deserve that kind of travesty on her human rights. Just for the sheer fact that in an urban area, the state fails to provide a basic human to die like that. Up at the bottom of Kakolo, where it bounds on Kwanza Makwe. Once again, you hear it from somebody, I go to the house, there's a lady there in a wheelchair. Her wheelchair is one of these thin, rickety ones that can't even really get out the house. You know, it's not a 4x4 wheelchair. Do you realize, elderly, across the 13, that's the nearest house, across the 13 there, who's just as old as she is, but doesn't have a wheelchair to bring her water. But unfortunately, the lady across the 13 there was not able to make it because she was in hospital. That lady was hours away from death. Hours. She'd been shouting and screaming house there, and she couldn't scream no more. That's another tragedy. These are 2 that I personally saw. How many actually had? How many? So this is no games. Another time, this defies description, and this, I think, for a lot of us epitomized the state and those organs that I think, this dereliction of duty and vapid ability to enact human rights. Now, going up towards Kalima, it's like a blue and sun-gold oil and blue tanker of flowers up on the road. The people standing there, the children, all day waiting for a tanker to come. It's not a tar road. This is a peri-urban area. We're talking about too far away. An area that has pipes with water that sometimes goes for months without water. Not even a little mozani of 6 hours like we sometimes get. There they were standing and they saw the tanker coming. Yow. They took the tanks out, they put them on the side of the road, say, they've been waiting there for those tanks, have been watched by somebody for days and sometimes weeks for that tanker to arrive, unannounced, unscheduled. What did the driver do? Who knows what was in his mind? He swerved and drove over scattered the people and drove all the tanks and carried on going. Now I was there within half an hour later to hear the horror of that community. Now, I'm not saying the government was responsible, didn't tell the driver, hey, go and run over those tankers. But certainly, the lack of responsibility, the lack of accountability of the state and the local authority enables cruel people like that to extend their cruelty. Tonga, just go and open the valve. But those guys are enabled by the derelict political process and the state to be non-responsive. There's no accountability. There's nobody held responsible. Well, we're here we're begging the Human Rights Commission to hold these authorities and these states to accountable for this carrying on. Okay, evidence or reality. I talked about the body of evidence. I will leave this with you afterwards. So this all, you know, if this was something like Parliament, we'd walk in here with this trolley looking like lawyers. This is human rights. We speak as people to the commissioners. But there is copious evidence in there of the previous denials by Ugu and the state. They even have, you know, we go through that every single day. Even deny. I've heard mayors, 3, talking to 2 premiers, 2, saying to them, these guys are lying. Look at this thing here, the PowerPoint presentation and figures and stuff. Nobody can read. And when you actually do, and I do, and if I don't know what they're talking about, I get an expert, absolute hogwash, diversions from the truth that the state is failing. That is hogwash. Evidence submitted in that portfolio. There are copies of 16,000 individual pleas for service delivery. You'll see the spreadsheets there. With respect, Madam Chair, I've redacted the personal details out to stay within the POPI Act, but they are available if required by court order to prove their veracity. 16,000 there. And that's only the people who take the time to actually enter in using a system that was provided to, by the ratepayers associations to both submit the request to UGU, it goes to UGU, we can prove that, copy is held, so that we have proof. There's over 16,000 there, your commissions feel free to peruse through them, and you'll get an idea of the extent and time it went. Social networking, hey, this Facebook thing, this Twitter thing we all love to hate. Also is a very good barometer of what's happening in the community. And just in this last year, remember I said it was 8 years? This last year, on the one forum that was created by the civics, people to register a public forum. We need to write things, and also it's very important that we can hear from people who don't necessarily meet at meetings or not our neighbor, not so known person. In that year, there were 6,500 posts relating to water crisis. Not saying, oh, I don't like this government, or don't like this, talking about the water crisis. There's no water at Ventnal Road. There's no, every one of them. There were 55,000 comments on those posts. And believe me, when you go through them, you're not going to find too much that refutes the evidence so recorded about the lack of service. There was 117,000 reactions. You know that I like. The 117,000 are the ones that were negative reactions. I'm giving you an idea of the forum going here. And there were 1,607,000 page views from all over the world. There's further evidence of the fact that there is, despite what the state can sometimes say, don't worry, we've got it in hand, or it's not important, or these people, Mlungus, or these people, like just, we've got the evidence. Okay, previous actions we've done, because we haven't just sat there and cried for 8 years now. We haven't just sat there and cried. I previously submitted the SHRC reference number, KZ-1920/1010110TGM, was tabled in November 2019. I apologize for 2018, I said earlier, it was 2019, was tabled. I'll just put you, every time I read that, I feel for that old lady drinking out the cistern. I feel for that lady in the wheelchair. Because when I read that, Ugu's response, I've written here, Ugu's response was totally inadequate and no accountability thereof of the situation, and the situation has worsened. We've made submissions to legislature. For example, we made submission to legislature. We followed the legal process. We did the hard miles. We had 1,800 signatories. I think anybody who's ever tried to do a survey will know that to get 1,800 signatories in a rural and a small town area like we are is a monumental task. We submitted that with the petitioner of the committee of legislature. It was approved, verified, audited, approved, submitted, and was tabled in legislature. Makogta sitting. The COGTA MEC at the time politely listened, didn't interject. When he finished, she took her copy of it, because everybody was made for it, and she tore it in half and threw it on the floor. Once again, how do I tell that old lady dying because her toilet water ran out? How do I tell that lady in a wheelchair? How do I tell them that this is what the MEC for COGTA felt of her petition, her pleas for water? A basic human right. Tear it in half. Yo. I would have thought in any country that would have been an own goal politically. No, no, no. Okay, we've also, apart from those, we have made, and the evidence is there in that body of evidence, multiple representations to various bodies in Parliament and legislature over many years. Believe me, every single chance we get, we bring up suggestions, we bring up demands, we make offers, we put together, Tonga, absolutely the same, we put together willing experts from the finance to all levels of it to come and assist, no charge. We don't care for your involvement. What we do care for is another agenda. The delivery of water is a basic human right. Nah, we don't need any help with that. We do a fine job. Look at the PowerPoint presentation. Drink that piece of paper, the PowerPoint presentation, because that's all you're left with. We also come down here to, we've had multiple, Tongat, Baba, yes, Madam Commissioner, we are on the brink of this too. We've already had 7 violent street protests that quickly escalated into rioting. The community is getting very, very angry now. Those of us trying to work within the civics, and those of us who tried politics, we've got to start realizing very, very quickly that the people's anger, disillusionment with the processes that we've engaged in for all these years has not brought them the water that they so dearly need. The writing is going, the anger is simmering now. When you hear from the security groups and the crime intelligence about the talk is going on, Madam Commissioner, the state has to get very, very active very quickly now. This could end up being much more than just a water abuse travesty. That's not a threat, it's a statement. Never threaten. We further look at the failings of the state on disaster management. Now, according to the Act, you haven't got water for 3 days, you're entitled to emergency disaster relief. Simply put. I don't know how else to describe it. Well, it doesn't happen. We have yet to have a local state of disaster under the Act. Ugu is mandated and should be declaring a local state of disaster every single time there's a community. A local. There's a local for a reason. It's not a provincial, it's not national. Tongat, feel free. You do yours as well. It's a local state of disaster. The failure of the relevant council to apply to that, to COGTA, for the declaration of state of disaster, to bring what should be a caring state's resources to alleviate the human rights abuse happening. If it wasn't for Gift to the Givers, for example, I'm going to name that name. If it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for a multitude, I mean, that old lady with the wheelchair I'm talking about there, how did we resolve that? We could not bring a pipe and even if we did, there's no water to put in the pipe. No, we went to go at some neighbor to take over the duties of the old lady. Every single ward has got, my ward alone, we've got 82 people that are continually being helped by friends and family, friends and coordinated by, it's across the whole municipality. If it wasn't for local activists, civic activists and volunteers, this would be very serious. But Madam Chair, donor fatigue is something we've got to take, the state has got to take care of. You cannot aberrate your responsibilities. Don't worry, those guys that are fetching and carrying 5 litres, 20 litres, pumping tanks, trying to open valves, don't worry, no. We all face a threat, and this is aligned with what I warned about the possibility of an escalation of dissatisfaction. How's that for a political word? Yeah. Okay. Is donor fatigue. The guys are just either got no more money to sponsor tanks, to go and get through the Eden Crest, which has got 86 flats with all elderly people and no water, and we have to buy that water because we have no tankers. Okay. The donor fatigue is a problem. Madam Chair, I'm going to start winding up now. I think my time is running out. That's why I've just looked there and said, I'm actually talking on the same thing. I think, I'm hoping I've made the point. But I'd like to make a plea for recognition and promulgation, for recognition that human rights abuses are currently happening when it comes to basic water supply in Ugu District Municipality, and specifically in the area that are mandated to represent here today, but also tabling that we are not unique to the municipality, to the whole residents of the municipality. Okay, so we ask you a plea that you actually use your powers entitled by your act to actually help us in any way to relieve the situation. Politics has failed us. Representations to Parliament and legislation. Come on, 8 years later, we still, you know what I mean? We still really, truly, things have got far, far worse. For example, and the evidence is there, I just took the last 3 years, where we keep lots of records, last 3 years. In 2020, 57% of the time, there was no water. In 2021, 61% of the time, no water. 2022, it's now 77% of the time, no water. And please remember, these percentages also hide the detail. You know, you have the horror of 5, 6, 8, 10, 30, 40, some people up the top end of Galima up towards Ward 29, the back end of Murchison, round to Baboy. You know, Ugu clearly, and looks you in the eye, mayors and municipal managers look in the eye, but they've got water. So you say, but that pipe, no water's come out of that pipe for 2 years now. Please don't sit there as achieved on your STBRP and things like that and think that we're going to fall for that. Okay, I'm going to cut that short too. Okay, now way forward from here. We've got some proposals and recommendations to the Human Rights Commission. The way forward is that please don't do like you did last time. Send down a junior inspector, go and talk to the municipal manager. I'm sure at the universities you'll find lots of sociology postgrad students who are looking for a little bit of a, send a team down to cold call and speak to the people in the street. I challenge the Human Rights Commission to do that. Don't listen to me, don't listen to our presentations, just go and walk the street, stop anywhere. Speak to that old lady, speak to that child, go speak to that business, from Zingawene to Hibberdine to Port Edward. I can guarantee, in fact, if this was Holly Betts, let's put some money on it. I guarantee you, you're going to find that the lived experience of the residents of Ugu is exactly what I'm talking about here. And those people are not represented the same horror by me. I can't. How do I explain their horror? Let them explain directly to your researchers and add them to your motivation to doing whatever powers you have under law, Madam Chair, to alleviate this human rights travesty. Now I've got two. I understand the second one as one that bears its unique approach, but I'm looking at the acts. I'm not a lawyer, but I read the acts, look at the acts, I'm thinking, are there not gaps there? Can the Human Rights Commission look at these two acts and apply their minds and not think that this might be a way of going forward? Having stated that the legislature, Parliament, and the local council are failing to actually enact anything to relieve this pain. It's getting worse and worse. See the figures I gave there just on the one side. Under the National Water Act 36 of 1998, Section 99, the minister can form an advisory body. There isn't that advisory body. Relying on what councillors say in council, relying on the lies that these officials will present to COGTA and to the different departments. Section 146, you can establish a water tribunal. Yes, I know the water tribunals were meant in the Act to talk about, your thing we talk about Hewlett's and that, you have a water tribunal. But I can't see any reason, and I'd like you to apply your mind, your team to apply the minds, to why can't we have a water tribunal to actually have authority over rectifying and alleviating this human rights, in Ugu. The Water Services Act, 1997, Chapter 7, here's a nice easy one. This one I would love to see. The other one's a bit, I'm not sure how you're going to do that, but I would like them to be explored. The Water Services Act, Chapter 7, Water Services Committee, hasn't sat. There hasn't been one in Ugu since I was a councillor, 12 years, when I started making my business to know. Now, the Water Service Committee, if you look at Chapter 7 of the Water Services Act, gives great powers actually to the Water Service. This is not just another committee Because believe me, Madam Chair, our residents are tired of us going back and saying, oh, we had a meeting, we're having another meeting. Getting too dangerous for that. The Water Services Committee has certain powers and authorities as vested by the Minister. The Minister can determine the powers of that committee to oversee and to implement and to monitor and to direct. Because this should be the purvey of the Ugu District Municipality by its elected representatives. They are failing. They're failing across the board, all the ones I've already accused. The fourth one is a social compact plan. At this stage now, the state, and however organ it has to be, like I suggested a couple here, however they want to do it, they want to do it within the existing legislations and the existing political structures. We've got to come up with a social compact plan. Now, I've been empowered by the ratepayers, as I said before, I represent them. I've been empowered by them to accept nothing less from now on. Okay, the failings, I'm talking about the state. Over the last 8 years, we've gone through municipal turnaround strategy. Oh, 5 years in council of a municipal turnaround strategy. What we saw was the water services decreasing. 5 years. Oh, that didn't work. We had new faces in legislature, new people in parliament, new presidents, new national key objectives, things like that. Back to basics. Much cocktail parties and cutting of ribbons and Shaizan Lefoot. What has happened from the back to basics? Oh, we see that in every single item of the agenda of Ugu and Rankonyeni, the water delivery gets worse. The only things we see from those, I can tell you this much now, in our experience, if it's a large capital project, no matter how inappropriate it is, we've seen them build reservoirs where there isn't water. That's like, I don't know, that's like putting electricity in before we put the walls up. The bigger the contract, the bigger the capital value, the quicker the money gets spent on that. When it comes down to the basics, municipal turnaround strategy, back to basics, there's very much a problem there. Okay, recently, just because it's fresh in memory, the failings of the presentation by Ugu on July 2022. I made a presentation which was supposed to speak to the community, and certainly they presented it to the Premier and different organs. When you actually read that, when any resident who lives the experience of what is we're suffering under, if it wasn't so deadly serious, it'd be a laughing matter. How much smoke screen. Soldiers do that, man. They want to run there. There's a guy shooting them. They chuck smoke there, then they run away. It's exactly what that kind of thing is. It's not based in reality. Oh, yes, true. July 2022, food, as directed by the Premier. That time. A 6-point plan. 6-point plan. Well, we still haven't seen any 6-point plan yet, although it's been tabled. There's been lots of attachments and PowerPoint presentations with music. The people of Ugu cannot drink that kind of nonsense. We cannot wash it. That girl doesn't go to school because she cannot use that piece of paper that they think is going to satisfy, obviate the human rights. We will accept nothing else. Every single presentation from now on of any description must be smarter based. I think everybody here would know what is smart. There's certain politicians think smart means clever. Clever, smart. No, smart is an acronym. And I'd like to extend it to smarter. Every single thing we get from from all those organs that I'm accusing here today, we would suggest to them that they apply smarter principles before they present it to us. Every level of it. I'm a bit nervous. I know them. I better read them out. Smarter means specific. Is that point in the presentation? Is that point in the plan, 6-point, MTAs, or whatever plan it is it specific to our human rights problem? Is it measurable? Is it possible to actually measure its implementation? Because if you can't measure it, how can you determine success or failure? Is it actually achievable? Don't come and tell us something. You know full well you're lying because there's no money, there's some problem. Is it relevant? You'd better be very sure, whoever presents that to our community from now on, that the plan or whatever it is they will present to us is relevant to our crisis, our human rights crisis. Is it time-bound? That's one that, administrations and councils and everybody at all levels of legislation, they don't like this time bound. By what time? How is it going to be evaluated, Madam Chair? Who's going to check that this is done? And that part of that process is smarter is the review process. This basically, to put it in the kind of language that I understand, who is going to do what, with what, by when, and who's going to be accountable, and what are the consequences of accountability. Let that civil servant driving that truck over those water bottles. Let the lying official who says that the tanker was there that day. Let the lying municipal manager who states to the Human Rights Commission of all people under oath that these residents, these ratepayers, they're talking rubbish. Every now and again, there's a little bit of water in the corner. Let them be held accountable and see that every level of accountability and consequences. Madam Chair, I'm nearly finished, Shanna, and I'll wait for questions, but certainly our community is going to accept nothing less than smarter-based evaluations of everything stated with. Anything that does not meet the rubric of smarter will be rejected with contempt. It's based, unfortunately, Madam Chair, on bitter and lengthy experience. We look for a better future. We are standing, as we always have been, like communities like Tongaat, ready, willing, and able to assist. We need that to actually become the reality. Madam Chair, I thank you for your time here, for constituting this commission under the different powers vested in you. It's been a privilege to actually be here. It's been long awaited. I think I personally have sent about 7 on your online thing, over the last 2 years. It's been long awaited, but we truly applaud, and we hold a lot of faith in that the public protector looks at the different departments. The different departments are responsible politically. That goes round and round. We talk round and round that fireplace. Look at the Human Rights Commission to be the one section down the thing that can actually say these are human rights abuses, recognized nationally and worldwide as being of serious import. Our community is abused. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Do you want to take a seat? Are you still fine standing?
I've got a bit of a disability. It's actually more comfortable standing than it is sitting. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Well, I must congratulate you. You didn't sound nervous at all. I know that you started off nervous.
It's a deodorant. You don't see the sweat.
You've done a very good job. Thank you very much in representing your community in the manner that you have.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll now invite my fellow panelists if they have any questions. Doctor?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to get some specifics in terms of the presentation. So firstly, you mentioned that all of Ugu is affected. Is the situation in terms of access to water the same across the entire district? That is everyone equally affected, or are some affected more than others? That is one. In your respondents, you mentioned the district municipality, DWS, and COCTA. You did not mention any water management authority.
TWA, I said, yeah, I'll answer that.
Yeah. So I just wanted to find out who exactly has the responsibility of bulk water supply within Ugu, and also who then has the responsibility for the endpoint provision to the customers or the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Nissen?
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Did I hear you correctly that you say there were about 7 violent protests in the area, and there were some casualties which resulted in death? And is there anyone that monitored and any people taking responsibility for it? Was it did the law enforcement cause it, or was it other people? And then the hospital, the 2 hospitals that are there, the one private, 3 hospitals, the one is self-sustainable, the other one, have there any apart from alleged human rights violations, have there any deaths occurred in those hospitals as a result of water not being available, but if there are children, smaller children, etc. You have asked us, you've given us a few challenges, so we will have to look at that. You are saying that the Ugu District Municipality have been drawing up good reports and that they're able to influence people. But I would like to believe that our Human Rights Commission is probably not influenceable because we have to be independent. And perhaps at that given time, the information was there, was what was given to them. But we've taken up the challenges, and it will probably become, the chairperson will say later on, will take some of the recommendations that will come out of this hearing. But thank you for your presentation. I want to go back to Doctor's question that that all the people, apart from the water, the wards that you have, are they fairly representative of all the people that live in the district? Which will include colors and languages, etc., rural and urban. Thank you. And then lastly, you say tourism. What is the state of tourism now, and how did it affect job losses? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Watson, over to you.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. I'll try and deal with them. Let me start with the first one from Commissioner, from Doc. All of Ugu, yes, it really, truly, there are 380,000 people in Ugu. 9% of the people have no access to water. You know, if you look at the globally, the figures. Within the wards I represent, now to get to the question we were talking about, Chair, these are the urban wards. The wards I'm representing here, my mandate to here, I think you allow me the latitude to stray at times my motion into areas that I've not mandated here when I talked about, you know, some of the rural areas and things like that. But the mandated here is the whole coastal strip. And there's about, that's when I mentioned those figures there where it was, I think it was 80,000 people. These figures are evidenced in the body, in the body of evidence. 80,000 residents, permanent residents, and 30,000 people who engage, who come in and out either to work or to visit or to shop or something like that, are all impacted. You know, when you go to a shopping centre, we've got 3 big ones. Then we've got the ones in Shepstone. Those toilets have been closed. That's a human rights abuse. Those toilets have been closed for weeks. So that's why I included the approximate 30,000 people who come in each day. As a representative on the coastal strip, we look at, on the wards I represent here, we look at about 60, if I remember correctly, 68% would be known as white people. I think it was about 4% were Indian, white and Indian, and the remainder were black-speaking people in the South African vernacular. Predominantly Zulu people, but a lot of, part of our problem, but that's for the public protector, a lot of people coming from the Eastern Cape, so a lot of Xhosa people as well. And that's the rough, you know, the rough demographics. It changes all the time. DWA respondents, the ones that I had there, I think you did bring in respondents. I said, yeah, it was, first of all, Ugu, let's start at the top. Department of Water and Sanitation, by law, national competency, water. They are ultimately the minister, it falls under her portfolio. Part of her portfolio is to manage the KZN Department of Water Affairs under the Act, who also basically are entrusted to monitoring, evaluating, and adjusting accordingly. If they have a problem, they can take it to the municipality. If they have a problem in the municipality, they take it to COGTA. Otherwise, why does COGTA exist? You know, that's in there. I bring up cases in COGTA. Now, it seems to be our experience over many years now that national COGTA is an elephant with another path to travel. Dealing with provincial problems is something that you don't get much from them. However, KZN COGTA, we engage. So that's why I say KZN COGTA. Although, by law, it falls under the National Department as well, COGTA. But they have powers. They just don't use them. And then, of course, you've got Ugu District. We live in a country with a democracy. Ugu District Council is a democracy, and the Constitution clearly states that the people shall be represented, the people shall have a voice, the people shall be involved with, I'm using loose terms here, the management of their areas, especially with the powers that are devolved to them, that council. Now, under still, all these years I've been fighting for this water issue because it goes back more than a few years. I still don't quite know what word to use. That's not lawyer's word. So I'm just going to say under Department of Water and Sanitation and the law, the state has contracted, in our instance, Ugu District Municipality to be the service provider for the provision of water, sanitation, and other ancillary services. That's why it's Ugu Council. And they are certainly to be held accountable. And no, I'm not going to go and say, yeah, it would be improper of me to say the current Madam Mayor, the current council, the current EXCO. Because believe me, the same as the previous one and the previous one. Go and speak to that team I requested. Go and chat to the people and see what they think of Ugu Council. It's when they are transparent, it's either Raz Mataz at a community meeting, big tent, lots of, the guys, Raz Mataz, and the guys whip it up, they're singing and dancing, things like that. If you actually look at the content, it does not actually alleviate the people's plight. People are getting wise now, and that's the danger that sits at the moment. They're getting wise to the fact that no longer will Madam Chair this work. So that's where I came up on Ugu District Municipality. They are the ones legally. There are other processes on the go, including court actions at the moment, where we are endlessly trying to get Ugu placed under 136. You just pick your clause. We've got different approaches. Personally, we are part of the team that started that. Personally, I don't have much faith in that because Section 136 administration across the country has not exactly put water into people's mouths in areas that had failing municipalities. It just means somebody's got a double cab, another investigator, really, and I mean, this is backed up by some very careful studies. The success of 136 is limited when it comes down to the actual water to drink. Okay. So we have been demanding that for years. And then one of our suggestions was, and listening to the Tongaat guys, I'm not too sure whether they're barking up the wrong tree here, that a competent authority, as we thought it was until recently, of Ngani Water taking over as being a contractor supply area. Whether they do it at bulk distribution or they don't want to touch last mile. Post-processing, bulk processing, because they know the extent of dereliction. They know because they investigated it. I was with them on the team that did that. 2 months did that. Their balance sheet can't bear the dereliction of duty of our pipe work. Just the sheer cost of replacing illegal asbestos pipes would be, but it's again, this is the purvey of our dealings with the public protector and the failings of the different departments. Okay, the protests. To my knowledge, certainly no deaths. To my knowledge, there's been no deaths, Commissioner. And the ones I talked about were the ones that were well reported. Every one of them typically was more than a 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. More than a 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Thank you for the latitude you've given me. 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning, where they're cleared by they're cleared. Either people change their minds. These are the ones that carry on. One we had, the biggest one we had recently, we had just before, 3 weeks before can I use the word, the riots that hit KZN and Durban, 4 days. Our whole area, our whole ward was isolated for 4 days. Nobody could get through. People are getting angry. But, so no, I don't know of any, there's no deaths that I know of, direct deaths. There have been people taken to hospital each time, usually for tear gas. Twice I know of, in fact the one I took to hospital, because the burning tire, the little devil that burned down there actually went wrong and ran over his foot, and he was left with burning rubber over his foot. I took him to hospital, but no deaths yet. The authorities at times have reacted properly. As far as the demands go, the current mayor, and it's not personal, it's the same as the previous one and the one before that, they do not appear, unless it's a managed circumstance, completely managed with seeded questions of which they've already got the answers, and there's lots of chicken and lots of promises, do not appear in the street before the people, despite numerous requests. These ones here, these 7 I've talked about, they're just, by the way, been in the last 2 months. 3 months. 7 here, every time was a demand that the mayor appear there. No. Deputy mayor, if he's lucky, he happens to be caught on his way out, he's jumping in there. Otherwise, some official. People are getting angry, sir. Okay, as far as the... Yeah, I'm not going to go into that word. So as far as does it affect the whole municipality? Yes, the whole district municipality. Which I'm not here. I don't have the figures. I will not have the knowledge of Umdoni and Umuzubantu. They are and Mzumbe. I do know, but let me not speak for them. They can speak for themselves. But certainly, as far as the Rankunyeni municipality, previously the Hibiscus Coast. If you go back in your figures, you see it's called Hibiscus Coast. In case you think it's something else, Rankunyeni, yes. We go from, as I said, 9% of our people have not got water at all. And within the coastal wards, the wards that I represent here, the urban wards, that's 15%. Because remember, those all have areas that are aligned to rural areas as well. If for some daft reason, nobody's ever thought of bringing them water. I know, let's catch a bus to town or something. I don't know why. Why we would, our peri-urban peripheral, or particularly neglected with it. Oh, we've seen it many times. The reality, Madam Chair, and I say this under oath, the reality is political influence and power influence is, I was not saying the Human Rights Commission. I'm saying that you'll find, you go and speak to, if you went to the delegation, you made an appointment with the CEO of Shepstone Hospital, say. This is in Keys, by the way, a real professional. You make an appointment to see her. There's a toxic atmosphere that stalks our political landscape and our administration. That's toxic. People won't often tell you the truth. You need those investigators out there, gather the evidence and let them refute that. Because if you ask them, it's toxic. The guys, whistleblowers, I'm not going to go into details on that. The influence, I was not intimating any way that Ugu could influence the Human Rights Commission. The day that a Chapter 9 organization is influenced by anybody would be a sad day because it's a contravention of our constitution and basically what we want for this country. I was talking about how they influence investigations and things like that. Do you really think the guy out there who's supposed to be reporting on the accuracy of the valves, because there is no telemetry, despite the 26 million rands, but don't be going there. Do you think he's going to send back figures? You know that old adage, management-wise, junk in, junk out? That's why most of those assessments are junk, because they get junk in. Everybody covers their inadequacies, or forced to, by toxic influence. Tourism. What did I write there? The decrease in tourism. It's a difficult time for us. So you won't find the body of evidence, actual figures there, because COVID-19 was a curved ball. The 9 months that we literally closed down was a curved ball. So we are recovering, but are we recovering from? And what's the influence on water? So no, I'm not going to try and say I know the figures yet. We are working on it. It's a lot more complex. But what I can say is we look at the moment, and the municipality well knows this, that's why they are ducking and diving the municipal valuation. What we are doing is looking at about a 27% drop in property values. Who wants to buy in a house where you've got to maybe have water on a winter's day like this morning? Yeah, I got clever last night. I went, it was still early, so I did my bucket tomato. Because believe me, coming here to this thing at 4 o'clock in the morning is not fun. That poor guy going to work in an office who has to ride there clean, otherwise the boss will fire her, is sitting there in the cold, 4 o'clock in the morning with a tap. That profoundly affects our property values. So, sorry, sir, to answer, I don't have accurate figures. I would hate to just take a guess. But we feel it, we know it. Speaking, these are my friends, my mates. How many people are out of jobs, who had jobs now haven't got them? But the actual figures, it was about a 16% drop that we believe, having discounted COVID influence. And that's scary, because you should already be back. We are the prime domestic destination for South Africa. There's nothing better than to have a Jawl and Margate. Come on, let's be honest. Huh? We've got the best beaches. We're an area that provides the best players for the Sharks and things like that. Some of our soccer players. We're a lovely area. We're getting pounded by the bad reputation that we have. Other guys, Gangster Province up there, GP, our thing is a basic service delivery of water and sanitation. I thank you. Have I answered the question, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. We are running out of time, but I did want to ask you, you mentioned an incident of a water tanker that rolled over people. Could you provide us with more detail?
No, not people, the tanks.
Oh, it
They
rolled over
ran
the
like
tanks.
rabbits. You know, they brought them out to see, here comes a truck, and they run out the road, they put the spark plug down.
And they were Were there any personal injuries?
No, not at all.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
They were empty.
They
So
were
the truck didn't leave the road. So I think the next time I'm going to put a concrete one in the middle to teach the guy a lesson. Okay, remember I'm bringing out isolated, it's just to demonstrate. You know, I don't want that guy in. So who would they would be well covered as to who the driver was. Those people who don't know the register. I got there about 20 minutes later.
Mr. Watson, and then second to that, you mentioned a human rights report, an investigation that happened, I think you said 2018, and a
yes.
report in 2019.
And
Do you have the exact title of that report?
It's here somewhere. Okay. I've got it here. Can I send you a copy of the, I think it's got it here, KZ,
KZ?
front slash,
Mm-hmm.
1920.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't that long ago, I think it's a number. front slash 1011, no, 101, no, 101 ITGM, November 2019.
101 ITGM.
Yeah, just that I looked like a 1, that's why I was hesitating then.
So it's KZ/1920/101 ITGM.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Mr. Watson. We very much appreciate your time this
Thank you.
morning.
I'm sorry to abuse your time.
No, you have not at all. And thank you very much. You have done very well in representing your community, albeit while you were very nervous. This is not the end of our engagements and interactions with you. If there are any other follow-up questions or clarity-seeking questions, we will be in communication with you. We will also just request, you mentioned that you do have documents electronically that would require to be scanned.
No. All they do is just either type in the address or scan the barcode. There's a folder with all the PDFs, spreadsheets, everything.
May I then ask you to submit that barcode to the Secretariat, please?
Is that the back there?
No, to the Program Director.
Okay.
Yes.
I will do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much, and thank
may
you
now
for
be
your time.
excused. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We will now just adjourn for lunch. And I ask that can we please be back at 13:25 so that we can start at 1:30. Thank you.
In what you can do, because you can also sketch yourselves to go.
Ngelamba ukhuluma yedwa phansi
cool.
simuze ukuthi yazwakala yini.
All right, cool.
Testing, just say testing.
Testing, testing, mic. 1, 2.
I ngizizwa mina ke mfethu asivale lo sound.
Testing mic 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two. Testing mic 1, 2.
Kunjani manje? Sifuna ukuzwela ngoba
Nami pick up.
and then
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah, wait. Pick up yonke into. See? The sound of it.
Testing mic 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing mic 1, 2. 1, 2. Thank you.
Ongathi basakuxhumanisa. Angazi noma silindeni. Program director, should we wait or should we proceed? Okay. Bathi asilinde ma.
Okay.
Okay, sesiyakubona Mntungwa. Ninjani? Uyangizwa?
Siyaphila sikezwa nina.
Hayi siphilile ma. Eh Bathi sicela wehlise nje ikamera yakho kancane ukuze bakubone kahle. Ya izise ngaphambili idonse kuwena. Ya iphakame ya. Hayi sekulungile.
Okay.
Okay. Kumele ke ngikufungise mama uMntungwa. Unayo inkinga ngokufunga?
Hayi anginayo.
Okay. Letha ubufakazi bakho ngesiZulu noma ngesingisi?
Angesingisi.
Ngesingisi. Okay. Then welcome Ms. Sibongile Mntungwa. For the purposes of the record, could you yourself please state your full name and surname?
My name is Sibongile Mtungwa.
Can you confirm that you do not have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon?
I confirm.
In that case, do you swear that the evidence you shall provide this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Siyabonga, Mntungwa. The time is now 1:43. We have about 1 hour with you. We will offer you around 30 minutes to offer us your presentation, and thereafter the panel will engage with you. Over to you, Mntungwa.
Okay, good afternoon to you all, my commissioners, and everyone who is taking part into this proceeding. As I have indicated, my name is Bongile Mtungwa. I work for the Women's Leadership and Training Program for about 2 decades now, and basically my work is with girls and young women. I am based in KwaZulu-Natal, in the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma municipality. And some places of Ubuhlebezo, Ixopo, High Flats, Shogozi area, and down to some areas of Umzumbe municipality, and then goes to Kwamashu, near where it's going to the river is going to enter the Indian Ocean. So that is basically how our work is, where our work is situated. And why girls in this whole work? It is because in the rural areas where we are, fetching water is the task of girls and young women. So it means the burden of water feels so strong on girls and young women because culturally that's what they're expected to do. And because of the gender roles in the rural, cultural, patriarchal communities, even when this is not supposed to be like this, that girls are the only ones assigned to fetch water, but unfortunately that is the reality of where girls find themselves. And because of that, we have seen that climate change affects the water situation in our areas, but also we see that because climate change is continuously threatening many things in our communities, but water is one that is specifically affecting girls. And because of my work, I have chosen the struggle of girls and young women just because I am from these areas in the southern Drakensberg. And because of that, I have seen so many things that have happened to girls in my time when it comes to water and what will happen on the way to fetch water for girls and young women. And most of those things are things that are known, some are not known. One of the things that happens for girls and young women on the way to fetch water is abduction for early marriages. As much as we have been working on such practices, however, they keep on changing their face in communities. Sometime you won't see the forced taking of girls for early marriage, so it takes another shape. So those are the things that we are watching on, saying what shape it is taking for girls to find themselves abducted for early marriages. However, the main thing, because the fetching water is the task of girls and young women, most of this of abduction for early marriages happens on the way to fetch water and happen on the way to school. So both these going to school and fetching water are areas that should be areas of safety for girls. However, where we are, these could be areas of great danger, something that affects their freedom to be in a space, but also their health can be affected because of that. So that is the background of this work that we are doing with girls on water. It's because their safety is it's at risk when they are on the way to fetch water. So is their health, so is their education. And I'm going to highlight just one part of it, which happened in 2020 when COVID-19 came. As much as we had problems with water, but we started to realize that water became a huge, huge problem for the communities. It went beyond, adopting a stream, cleaning the river, cleaning the streams and springs. It became an issue of how safety is the water that we are drinking, that the girls are drinking in their home, in their household. How safe is the water that they are taking to school, especially during dry seasons, because the kids are expected to bring a 2 liter of water to school. So the biggest question was, how safe is this water? So that is when we started to conduct the surveys to understand the perception on people about water, but also to understand the quality of water that is being used amongst the communities. in what we did at that time, it showed three sets of results. The areas near the mountains, meaning the Drakensberg, Underberg areas to Sentokau areas, those areas were sort of being better. Not that they didn't have issues, but they were better in terms of the water quality. The E. coli mainly was one of the things that made us to understand what the situation was. So they were better. And then going to the Hlogozi High Flats area, we find that it was beginning to get bad. There were serious some threats on the water sources that people were using, that the girls were using. And then of course going to the Guamashu area, it became worse. It was just water on the streams that cannot be used. So based on those findings, we had to, what has happened, maybe if I can begin with the lessons that have been learned along that, was that research and was done by girls themselves. And for us, it is to say girls are the affected, and therefore they should participate, and they also should be at the decision making platforms based on municipality or the community structures. And in most cases, this is what we find being a problem, that girls have got no voice. Girls are seen as kids, inverted commas, both culturally and also in the because some of them cannot vote yet. So it means that they are seen as people who hold less power, yet the burden of water sits on them so heavily. So how can a system neglect that voice of the affected just because that group cannot vote, and because culturally that voice of girls and women is seen and understood as a weaker voice. So those are the questions that we were trying to deal with, to say girls have got the right to know their water, but also to research on that water and come with results that they can present to stakeholders. So what has happened so far, the results have been presented to the traditional leaders. And someone will say, why the traditional leaders? Simply because, excuse me, in the rural areas, those people, the traditional leaders, they do have a voice. Many people trust them and listen to them, and they get organized by them for all other different things that are not municipal related, but even for some things that are municipal related. And also because of the relationship that we have with that structure in the Herigwala district for more than 10 years now, when we were still working on the abduction of girls project. So that is why we presented the findings to them. And we also presented last year towards the local government elections, we have presented the findings to the party candidates who were oncoming to say, this is the situation of our water. How are you going to solve this in relation to the community, but also specifically looking at the girls and young women in your community? And I think because of those series of meetings we ran with the party candidates, one thing that has came out to be understood, at least by girls and young women, which we've got evidence of, it's their evaluation of how local government councillors understand the issue of girls, water, and of course, and climate change. The girls themselves evaluated that in their understanding, they have got no trust that the councillors will respond better to that, because based on the answers they gave to their questions during those meetings, it was clear that most of them, if not all, had no idea of how to link water and girls and young women. Some have had kind of explanation based on the political view of what water should do, how communities should access water, but had no idea of how lack of water specifically affect that group of in the community, which is girls and young women, which are, they are the ones who are affected and have got the burden of carrying water. So because of that, we have decided on what is going to be done if the girls and young women have got no trust on the local government councillors in responding to their specific needs. So it means more dialogue has to take place to make sure that these issues are not are known to the councillors. And this process is also very it's time consuming, but also we find that the challenges with that, it's still the same thing, that girls have got no voice. Even when they are called to a meeting, it becomes like, okay, we are going to attend, or we're not going to attend, or not getting any response at all in relation to the request of meeting and discussing the issue of water and girls in rural areas. So that has been one of the challenges. And but at the same time, we are, well, at least at this stage, we're still hoping that dialogues are going to help in this. We don't know if we are being too optimistic or what. Time is going to tell how this is going to be, how it's going to be. But then the number of protests that have been seen in 2020 and 21 in our areas, in these municipalities, especially the ones in the rural areas, the Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma and in the Buhlebezwe, most of them have been linked to water and of course other services, but water has been in the top list of those protesting. And within that, we are discovering that girls, in fact, therefore, they need more skills to test the water, because we do not believe that the solutions at this time are going to come from government as such. For an example, pipe water in rural areas, we know that if you've got one place to fetch water, that's all you can have, but you cannot have water inside your household. So given that situation, it means girls and young women have to take it into their own hands to solve the water issues in terms of mobilizing and organizing, but also in terms of testing the water. And I had other speakers before me who were talking about the skills, even the skills to fix, the springs, the wells in our communities that continue to give water when the pipe water is not there. So I happen to live next to one water source in my area that is related to the municipality, the pipe water. So for a week, we there's no water or two, and then there can be a water tank, let's say, if it's really serious. And for us, seriousness of not having water, it includes something like 2 weeks to 3 weeks. If it's a week, you cannot even complain. You know that is a given. You will have no water for a week. It's accepted. It's at that level when it's accepted. So the springs, streams, and rivers therefore remain the source of water when there's no pipe water. And what does it mean? It means we need girls and young women, and women, of course, they need to know their water better. The natural water systems have to be protected, because they are the only hope that the communities have when there's no water. But still, we are so aware that water has to be, we need to bring it closer to the people, to the houses, because of the danger the girls and young women are facing on the way to fetch water. And so those are the related issues that I think when municipalities are addressing water, they should not address water into the household or near the household only. They should know that by doing so, they are enabling the girl to be safe. They are enabling the girl's health. They are also enabling the access to education so that girls do not miss school because of education or of water. They should understand that they are responding to the sexual reproductive health of girls, because what happens to them when there's no water and they are in their special days. So it means during special days of as a girl and as a young woman, you are likely not to go to school because your special day is linked to water availability. And lastly, what we are discovering in this in the areas where we work, it's the sadness of the girls and young women, um, uh, what we call spirituality, identity, and health. Because for us in the rural areas, what we understand about water is not just for consumption, it's the spiritual and a very deep spiritual need, for us, because as you are conceived, you sit in water for 9 months before you get into to be born. But the where what we see, the natural births, are still, happening in the rural areas because of the clinics are far. So the natural births, most of them, they happen through using the water. Water is number one thing that is being used there. But also the rite of passage, which for us is where we come in. When girls are having their first periods, water is so important for their health, for their bodies, but also for their spiritual and mental health. Many rituals are dealt with in water. And how can you do all those very key spiritual rituals in dirty water? And it is a question that is becoming very, very difficult for girls and for all of us, because it means some of the rituals won't be performed because the water is not safe, it's not clean. And lastly, we cannot overemphasize the safety of girls on their way to fetch water, because just last week we laid one girl, two girls who were brutally killed by a man. Unfortunately, one of those girls came from this program, WTP program. We've known her since she was 9, and she was now 18. And for us, we've asked ourselves how much danger, are we going to expose our girls into, because even when they're at home, there's so much danger, but we should not expose them to more danger on the way to fetch water, because their human rights, is really, really crushed in this system of carrying the burden to fetch water, and at the same time, wherever they are, their lives are being hunted for one reason or the other. So we would like to present that as to say the connection of water and gender-based violence, but also the connection of water and spirituality, and the connection of water and providing education for girls, connection of water and providing health and sexual reproductive health for girls. It's a key in our work, and we think that it's high time that society, our and also our local government begin to understand that they cannot just neglect these. They cannot just neglect water issues, because it impacts so much on the lives of the vulnerable people. And lastly, the whole thing that the water is dealt with at the district level, not at the local municipality level, should also be looked into, because that's one struggling. When you talk to councillors, they will tell you, no, that's not the municipal mandate. The district has got a mandate to provide water. And how many times do girls and young women have access to district level? You know, it doesn't balance the whole thing, because it means at the local level they can just be ignored, because accessing water, the water delivery is done at the district level, where girls, you know, which are the areas that girls cannot access easily compared to local municipalities. So I think that is another issue that has to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mtungwa, for your presentation. The panel will now engage with your presentation. I will invite my fellow panelists, Doctor on my left, and then Commissioner Nixon. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a few questions for clarity. The first question is, how long are the girls walking to access water, and is it interfering with their education? So just to repeat, how long are the girls walking to access water, and is it interfering with their education? The second question, you mentioned abductions for marriage. Are there any, is WLTP documenting these cases for abduction, and is that information readily available? Thank you.
Mtungwa, did you get the questions?
Yes, I did.
Maybe let's give you the opportunity to respond to them, and thereafter Commissioner Nissen will follow. Over to you, Mtungwa.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. It varies for when there is water, let's say the pipe water from the municipality in one specific water place. So the girls will walk from something like a kilometer, or maybe a little bit less as well. So when there's pipe water, usually they don't walk more than a kilometer to get water. So that's one. But when there is no water, which happens at an average of a year, it will be like for 3 to 4 months, the community has got no water. So at that average time, when there's no pipe water, girls walk 2 to 3 kilometers to get water. And how does that affect how does that affect their education? Simply, well, one girl said to us, simply when there's no water, you start panicking because you think of the distance to travel. You also think of the queue at the water source, and you also think of the third thing, which is the harassment and the fear to be abducted for early marriages. So those are the three things that instantly happens for a girl or a young woman when there's no water. And how does that affect their education? You know, there won't be hard evidence to say this is how fear of fetching water leads to lack of education. But what we know is that by the time the girls have to sit down and study at home, they will be tired. They've said this many times, that they will be tired from walking, but also from waiting at the water source. And also the following day when they have to go to school, some have to start from fetching water at the nearest spring or well or river. So because of that, they will be late at school. And when they are late at school, definitely their energy is also lessened by that activity that they have to do before going to school. So it will be at that level of our knowledge that we know that girls are affected. It will be based on what they say and how they feel about their studies. But also, it's sometimes based um, on their results of they notice their results changing a lot when there is when we've got a longer dry seasons or when we've got droughts, because automatically water is going to be something that they have to deal with. Thank you. So that is for question number one. And for the abduction of girls, we we record these cases based on two sources: on the schools, what happened to the girl, and most of the time it could be anything, but we follow up with the dropout of the girl in school, because we, especially in certain areas in that municipality, because we know it could mean that the girl has been forcibly taken, or two, the girl has allowed, has just agreed to the early marriage, which for us then becomes a challenge, because if the girl herself is 14 or 15 or 16 and goes with someone, and so it becomes difficult, because that is an area that also needs the parents to intervene, but unfortunately the parents won't be open enough to talk some more about, to talk, to give evidence about that, because where we are, whether people know that it's illegal to marry their daughters, at an early stage, but what we know, even from our last month meeting with parents, is that they, whether is by being abducted or not being abducted, that's just what they want. That's what they wish for their daughters. So our documentation will be based on school dropouts, but also on the cases that are being dealt with in the traditional or authority council. That is where we get some information on on girls being abducted. Unfortunately, a lot of them are not recorded in the schools and in the tribal authority, because parents themselves will just hide that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mtungwa. I will now hand over to Commissioner Nissen to ask you a few questions. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, ma'am. And may I just say, we are immensely proud in the work that you're doing, and the fact that, these young girl children could go and do the research themselves and conducted the survey. I've just got some questions have already been asked. I just have got two ones. And the first one is, just one second. The effect of the water, carrying the water, does it any way affect because sometimes they carry it on the head and sometimes they carry it on in the hand. Does that have got any other health effects or implications for these young girl children? And then the second thing is, I know that the traditional leader plays a very important role, but what is the role of SAPS? And have you ever gone to SAPS, and have you had engagement with SAPS around some of these incidents that occur on the way to and from fetching water? Thank you so much.
Mtungwa, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. although you were breaking a little bit, I think I did get your questions about caring and how it's treated for the health issues of girls, and also how are we engaging steps in this whole thing. I don't know if that was all.
Yes.
Oh. Hello.
Those were the questions, Mdungwa.
Okay,
Yes,
I think my break a little bit. Can you hear me now?
yes. Can you hear us? Mdungwa, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay. Thank you very much for these two questions. With carrying water, that is another area of research that we we would like to do that research, because we believe, based on individual cases, there is evidence that carrying water on their heads, which is what happens, and mostly in the rural areas, there is a link of especially when it comes to the nature of the cervix of the girls, and when giving birth, there is some link related to that. And also with some, there is some evidence based on carrying water that shows that some of the girls, because at a young stage they carry, let's say, 15, 20 or 25 liters, many of them have got sciatica issues and back issues. And this is not just with girls only, it is also with the older women, or women of my age and older, who seem to suffer a lot from sciatica and back problems. And we assume, so it's not, we don't have enough evidence yet that it is related to that. So we would like to conduct some research related to that. And the second question, the steps, and I will add, how are we involving the teachers as well, because they are the ones who also send children to go and fetch water when there's no water, in the area at a particular time. So they send the kids to go and fetch water. So how do we address this with these two bodies of our government? With the schools, I think it is easier, because you can talk to them, you can educate the teachers. We've got programs where we also bring the teachers and parents as well into discussing such issues. So it is possible with the teachers to say something and to have a relationship that will lead to a conclusion. However, with SEPs, it's totally different. It will be best if they can be trained, excuse me, on such issues of abduction and know what to do. And the reason I say this, I'll give just, there are some few examples, but I'll just give you my personal experience. When I reported my issue of being abducted, because I was now, over 25, I shouldn't be, well, not that I shouldn't be abducted at that age, but to say at least I was able to stand up for myself and deal with that, of course, with the help of other people. But I had to run for 2 years, not being at home, because when I reported the case to the police, they told me, because that person is someone that I've known before, and it's someone that has started to pay a dowry in my home, they cannot intervene, And that was not the issue. The issue there was that I was abducted, and I didn't want to be in that marriage, no matter what the previous circumstances circumstances have been. So to be told that the only thing that you can do is to hide from that person and to run away. Why didn't they go and do something with the person who was abducting me or who had abducted me before? So I think taking from that experience of you can just be abducted and SEPS will just look the other way, or at other things like by law, he has paid dowry or started to pay dowry to your parents, even if you don't want or whatever. So I think that for me shows that there's a lot of education that has to happen for them to even deal with the situation. We have tried to engage them, and when a girl is abducted, to send them to fetch the girl. And so far, in all my life, whatever, in my years of working with them on that, there's only one case that they successfully dealt with. When I say successfully, I mean they were at least helpful to go and take the girl from that house and then bring her home. So if they can't just we can't say that that's a success story to bring one girl home. All the girls should be brought home if they were abducted and they're underage. So I think with SEPS there's a lot of training that need to be done. But also the last part is the teachers have to be protected, because most of the teachers, they can see what the problem is with the abduction of girls. Hence, they try not to send girls. Some schools they send boys, to fetch water instead of girls. But because that is culturally wrong to send boys, it becomes another case. But the teachers get threatened by the local people as well to say, you came here to teach the kids, not to interfere with the culture of the area. And either you teach and leave the cultural things alone. So that becomes a challenge for the teachers. And therefore, their involvement, so they can speak to us about this whole thing, but they cannot address this because by law, they can address this whole thing to say a girl has been abducted, but not when the community tells them otherwise. So there is a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mtungwa. Then on the note of that last question that you answered, I wanted to ask, then since there are challenges with teachers interfering in so-called custom, you mentioned that at the advent of COVID, school-going kids were requested to bring 2 liters of water to school. Were boys also expected to bring the 2 liters of water or not? For those who didn't bring the water, what were the consequences? Did you get that question?
Yes, I did get the question. Well, one of the things is, there's a feeding scheme. I wouldn't know of other consequences, specifically, but one of the things is there's a feeding scheme at a school. So if you don't bring the water, you are likely not to get the food, because how is that food going to be cooked if you don't bring water? So that's just one direct consequence of that, is that you may not get food because you didn't bring the water to cook the food at the school. And I'm sure if you happen to get the food then, it means you get it with too many words, of being shouted, insulted, and made, to feel small. So that will be the only evidence I can, that will have evidence of, yeah. Other things, it will just be an assumption of whether they get beaten or not. No, I don't have evidence of that.
Thanks, Mtungwa. And I didn't hear your answer to whether boys and girls were equally expected to bring water, or if it was just one of the sexes.
No, when it comes to bringing water, it becomes both sexes, especially at the primary school, it becomes both sexes. It differs at high school because boys can say, we are not expected to bring water, so girls have to do that. So at the primary level, girls, girls and boys participated.
Thank you very much, Mtungwa. Then, following to that, you indicated that the results of the survey were presented to traditional leaders as well as the incoming councillors. But prior to that, you mentioned that the survey was conducted by the girls themselves. The question is, were they accompanied by elders or did they conduct these surveys alone? And what were the levels of safety for them in engaging communities in conducting these surveys? So that's in relation to the surveys, that's the one question. And then second to that, you mentioned that they were presented to traditional leaders and incoming councillors. With regards to the traditional leaders, it was because, of course, of their leadership role in communities, particularly in traditional communities. Traditional leaders are trusted. But we also know that traditional leadership institutions tend to be extremely patriarchal in nature. So the question is, what results have you seen, if any, following the presentation of the survey results to the traditional leadership institutions? Has anything been done? If so, what would have been done? With regards to the incoming councillors, you mentioned some of the challenges that you noted, which was that it was clear with most of them that they are unaware of the linkages between water and girls and women. Since then, have any programs been done? Has SALGA been roped in that regard? So those are the questions, Mtungwa. Did you get them?
Okay. Yes, I did get them. I will attempt to answer them all. If I leave anything, please let me know. So I will begin with the safety of, with the girls in the surveys. The girls were accompanied by us to do who were training the girls to understand well how to do these tests. There were also older people, so they were not alone. They were with older people from the community, and they were with the people who came to help with the scientific testing and interpretation of what they were, the findings, but also who helped with taking the water to the laboratories for further tests and things like that. So in terms of safety, there were other people, but also in some areas we had to ask the police to come and be present to help with the girls' trips on the way to test the water. And well, especially in places like Kwamashu, that became to say we cannot just do it without security. And when it comes to what was present, what the findings and everything, and that it was presented to traditional leaders. First of all, as I have mentioned, that we've got a longer relationship with them, and as you know, that leadership doesn't change compared to the municipal leadership, which changes after some time or when necessary. This leadership, if you work with that structure, you're just working, with the same people for the period of 12 years, let's say, that's how long we've been working specifically with them, on issues of gender, and how that has changed, in terms of how they conduct their affairs as the traditional authority, is that the girls are now able to sit in the water committee of the Traditional Authority Council. And for us, we took that as a win of some sort, because for the first time, the girls were recognized for what they can do themselves on their own. And they were applauded for that research and the way they interpreted the research for literate and illiterate people, because they had to come with a very simple way of presenting it, so that even if you know, whatever your level of education, you are able to understand the state of water in your area, and you are able to take action if there's action needed. So they were congratulated by the traditional leadership structures and affirmed them so much for doing that work. And then as a result, they were invited to sit in the Traditional Authority Water Council. And what does that really mean? What is their role in that? Is to influence the Traditional Authority Council, at least if they cannot do anything about the pipe water that the municipality has to install, but at least to do something about the water in streams, springs, and rivers in relation to water consumption, but also in relation to water as a spiritual rivers and springs as the spiritual places that are also linked to culture. So they have been able to influence such community rituals and to be part of those rituals, but also to bring into light, even to the traditional leaders themselves, to say, we're not just fighting for water for consumption, but we are also fighting for our identity and spirituality, which of course I know it can be contested in many ways, because navigating within the cultural, traditional, and patriarchal spaces, it's not the easiest. That I can tell. You have to walk in a specific manner. You know, you need to do things. You have to have an art of facilitation, of language, an art of presenting difficult issues to unite people in, you know, and to see each group within the system as important, instead of promoting the superiority of a certain group. So I understand your question, because truly I can tell you that it is a space that is not easy to navigate, but I can tell it is possible. And I think it's because for over the past 12 years, I've worked in that space, and I can tell you how to advance your story, your issue within that space, while challenging it at the same time to change and to engage in processes that previously they wouldn't have wanted to talk about. So it is, it is like that. I'm sure there's something that I have missed in your question. If you can maybe let me know if I have missed something.
It's just the question about the councillors as well, if any action has been taken with regards to the results from the councillors' part in the survey, but also whether SALGA has been involved.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. SALGA has not been involved. We have not engaged SALGA yet. What we have started doing, because we also looked at how to navigate within the local municipality space. It's very, very difficult for many other people, but let alone when you are a girl and a young woman. It's just almost impossible. So from what we learned before local government election, the lessons that we learned was that one thing that we were clear about is that we need to educate our councillors. They've got no idea about this. So therefore, we cannot even expect them to deliver on what they do not understand. So our plan, or the drafted plan, has been that we engage them. So that is what has been, that is what is beginning to happen now, to say um, this, okay, here is the report, look at it, have the report at your disposal and understand, it's a sample of the places. It's not to say, but at least it gives a picture. So that's one thing that is happening. But the second thing is, which brings a challenge, and I'm sorry to bring this into comparison, asking a counselor to meet with you about any issue, and water included, than to ask a traditional leader to come and meet you about water. It's two different responses that you get. And for me, I think that is what I am learning, surprisingly, because I wouldn't have expected it to be like this, is that all the time, the traditional leaders will be available if we call them for a meeting at any time to talk about water. They will be there. And we will send the same invitation to the local councillors to come, and they won't be there. So I don't know what it means, but that is what we're dealing with, and that is what is at our table at the moment. And what do you do? Do you work with the structure that wants to listen to you, or do you continue to persuade the other structure? And I think our decision has to say we still have to work with the councillors, even if they haven't come to our meetings yet. So we just have to be clever, and find other ways. And it is just said that girls and women have to always push harder, more than any other member of the community, to be listened and for their meeting to be attended to. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mtunga, for those very important observations. It would be very interesting, and we would encourage you to perhaps explore these reasons further. They would also help us in our processes of making sense of our leadership structures and their particular locations as well, because much of this is environmental and it's also geographical. The differences in the cultures between the urban and the rural, and how they respond to particular problems. So your own experiences and the questions you ask could also assist us in the ways in which we strategize towards solutions that assist, especially on the matters that you are bringing to the table. Thank you very much. I did have one last question. Perhaps if you could assist us, you mentioned a very important aspect of water and the relationship between water and women, which is the spiritual aspect. I think that this is one of the most important elements that you have brought in as well. You mentioned also the linkages between this and mental health, and saying that when people, especially women and young girls, are deprived of these rituals that form linkages between water and spirituality, there are certain mental health effects. But you left it at that, which is at a very abstract level. Could you, for the benefit of our own understanding, give us an example or a few examples of how this has manifested on the ground?
Okay. Thank you very much. So, well, I'll just give an example of what happened last month. We had a water session with girls, and part of that had to happen at a water source itself. And some of the and it was specifically on mental health and identity. So those were the focus areas on that day. And what does this really mean in the lives of the girls? First of all, is the awareness of this link. So we found that at some stage, some girls have got no clear understanding of this link of water and spirituality. Some, we found that they do have some knowledge, and then with some gaps, there and there, and we find a few of girls knowing what this is all about. So it becomes an exchange of knowledge on who knows what and how much knowledge is still available in the community around the issue of water and spirituality. So that's how it gets to happen. But then in July, what happened is that in that session, there were some girls who were clear about water and spirituality and their identity. So they were able to educate other girls of the stories from their homes, stories from their clans, stories from their community, a collective community, on how issues of spirituality, identity, and mental health are done. And going back a little bit back on that before July, what we have found is that when girls have experienced a level of stress of of any kind or trauma of any kind, we found that water becomes very useful to perform certain rituals with water only, and it has to be water, running water. So basically, it has to be on a stream or river, and it has to be the cleanest, meaning you have to go to a better space, to a better water source. So that is basically how these sessions happen. And you find that you're not imposing things that people do not know, but at some time you're just activating things that people know and have been suppressed because of modernity. I don't want to use that language as such, but because people think it's backward to use water when you've got stress. It's backward to use water when you've got mental issues. It's backward to use water when you have to not to transcend, but to seek for clarity about your life and what you stand for, in life. So basically, that is how these have been happening in the areas where we were. And how people, this has been one of the things that has not been difficult to work around in the communities. When you work on gender, it becomes an issue with men and boys. It becomes an issue. This is one thing that is not an issue either with girls, and it's not an issue with boys as well, because it's one thing that is accepted by both men and women, boys and girls. And for us, what does it tell us about water? It tells us that water, maybe as we know it in the past, but also maybe now, it can be one unifying factor that can bring people with their differences, but bring them together to see and understand that there's something that binds them, together, which is water. So that is how we understand it, and that is how we have used it to heal not just the girls only, but even the boys. And as a result, we are receiving calls from mothers saying, "My girl has asked me to take her to the river or to the spring to just use water on her." And for us, we think that is a language that the girl is using to say, "I've got an issue. I'm feeling something different. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I'm feeling any feeling. I do not know what they really feel." But for the girls themselves to say, "Ma, please take me to the water source. Please, bath me, until I say it's enough. Please cleanse me. I want to be cleansed. I want to cleanse myself, but I want to be accompanied by you." Of course, a girl can ask any other person, but so far we have news from mothers who are being asked by their daughters, "Take me to the water." And for me, this is now there, "Mama, take me to the water." It's, for me, I think there is a story waiting there. It's just that it's too early to write it yet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mtungwa, for your presentation here this afternoon. We then also look forward to seeing the results of your further studies on this relationship and this linkage on this question of water, girls, and spirituality. Our time with you has come to an end this afternoon, but of course, this is not the end of our engagements with you. If there are any other questions that we may have, we will write to you formally. If you have any other thoughts that you may have maybe forgotten and you remember later, please do feel free to write to the Commission. Thank you very much for the work that you do with the community. We wish you all the best and have a good afternoon. You may now be released. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next witness is Mr. Zikode from Abahlali Basemjondolo.
Babu Zikode, ninjani? Siphilile. Siyajabula ukunibona bhuti. Welcome. Ngicabanga ukuthi procedure yethu usuyayazi manje. Do you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon? No. In that case, please state your full name and surname for the record. Welcome, Babu Zikode. Then for the purposes of the oath, do you swear that the testimony you will give this afternoon is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God." Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zikode. Then we have 1 hour with you. 30 minutes will be for your presentation and around another 30 minutes for us to engage with you. The floor is yours. Thank you. You may maybe use the microphone for purposes of the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chairperson. Commissioner that are here, your audience. Coming from Abahlali Basemjondolo, the Secular Movement of South Africa, I think it would be fair for me to say that I represent the constituency that is one of the most neglected communities.
1, 2, 1, 2.
So many of the shack dwellers, just a bit of a general information and background. Many of the shack dwellers have lived their lives without access to water. I myself, having lived in Kennedy Road for more than 15 years ago, there has been no access to water. I remember back in 2005 in a community that had at least 12,000 people, we only had 5 water standpipes saving at least 12,000 people. Then you can imagine that there will be a queue when people have to fetch water. And it was really hard to get to a point where one can, have access to water. But also given the geographic location of the settlement, some are really too steep for women to be carrying 20, 25 liters of water on their heads. So, so it became normal, basically, that we would have no access to water. In cities like eThekwini, where there is infrastructure for one to have access to water, in fact, our neighbors, because many of the shack settlements are located within the middle class or the rich communities. So just across the road, one family has about 7 taps, just one particular family. Just across the road, 12,000 people are sharing 5 water standpipes. It's been normal. We would, of course, complain, we would make noise, we would be ignored. And to a large extent, our understanding was that we actually accepted this as a form of punishment, from the authorities, that we are occupying land that is too good for us. We are not supposed to be living near cities, and therefore these occupation would be discouraged by being denied basic services. So water is one of those basic services that we would be denied. So I do want to begin by saying that we do not need water, but our lives need water. These say come from Abahlali, that it is easy to undermine, ignore, take me for granted when I want water because I am taken for granted as a shack dweller. But water is needed by more than me. And they would say, we may not need water, but at least our lives need water. Now, for too long, shack dwellers have not had access to water in this province. Some have legal access to water supply, while others don't have access to water at all. This has been going on for the past 20 years, and it has become normal. At the time of the beginning of the COVID-19 in March, April 2020, we were very worried that our communities would be the most affected given the lack of access to water and sanitation, while the nation was expected to wash our hands quite often. And the fact that we did not have access to water was ignored. And that statement from the president and from many government officials became a joke to shack dwellers, that we are expected to wash our hands quite often when they know exactly that they've never supplied us with water. So the former Minister of Water and Sanitation, Dr. Lindiwe Sisulu, announced millions of rands, including provision of water tanks to informal settlements. So when this announcement was made, there were coordinators in each province and in each district and cities that were appointed to facilitate and coordinate the supply of these water tanks. And of course, we've tried all our best to communicate with the provincial coordinators, but also within the municipalities like eThekwini here, to no success. This was reported back to the minister, and as a result, we had the advantage of then liaising directly with the National Department of Human Settlements and water and sanitation at the national level, because it was accepted by the minister that the KwaZulu-Natal and the eThekwini would not implement the very task that the minister has actually given. So some settlements, like Ekenana, were refused water tanks on the basis that there was no road access. So if you ask for water, they'll tell you, well, we can't get the water tanks into these settlements because of the geographic location of the settlement, because there's no road access. We had to hire TLB ourselves as Abahlali, as an organization. We had to hire a ganda-ganda in Ekenan to actually bulldoze and clear and build our own road access so that the eThekwini could provide these water tanks, because their excuse was that even if we want to, but how do we bring these water tanks when there's no road access? So we had to get into having to hire those TLB in order to create the access route in Ekenana settlement here in Durban, and we were successful. But to our surprise, when the road was ready, that the trucks and heavy vehicle could come into the settlement, suddenly the city was not prepared to do so. Up until today, those water tanks were never provided. It is not just Ekenana, but there's a couple of settlements that even up to today, they were not given, access to water. These water tanks were refused them. So those who receive water tanks were never consulted. They were just dropped whenever officials felt it was good for them. And for that, it became very difficult for some families to be able to access those water in those water tanks because they were badly dropped off where many families would not have means to get to where water tanks would be. For instance, the settlement will be right at the bottom if it's slopey, and the water tanks will be just dropped right up because they happen to be near closer main road. So they'll be just dropped there, and it still doesn't really respond to the needs of the people on the ground. So the failure to consultation has been interpreted by Abahlali as a way of the extent to which municipalities hate people. So they would just drop these water tanks because they are required to do so. They were mandated to drop them and tick the box as usual that we've dropped so many water tanks when in fact they are not accessible to the communities. So some of these tanks were never filled with water, and those that receive water, it was just a once-off fill-up. Until today, many of these communities were never given water. So you find that there are water tanks, but they remain empty. So up until today, and we ask ourselves what was the point of the municipalities providing these water tanks when in fact they will remain empty and it doesn't serve the purpose. Shack dwellers are refused water and other basic services as a form of punishment for occupying urban land. In Enkanini, for instance, Enkanini settlement, which is a home to about 800 families here in Durban, they have no water at all. So many of these communities do not have water. I mean, like, do not have water that has been supplied by the state. But the question is, what do we do? How do people survive? Of course, the very famous Operation Fagamanzi, Operation Self-Connection, the people's connection has been the answer. So our communities are forced, really forced, to connect to the water systems themselves. And when they do so, it is called criminality. But when they are refused access to water, it is not criminality. It is the question of justice, and it is not the question of criminality when people have to find ways to connect water themselves, because the infrastructure is there. People know where, sewer pipe, main pipes go, and then they would buy the pipe themselves and connect themselves to water. So many of these communities are surviving today because of that. Whether people's connection is a right way to go, legally legitimate or not, but as Abahlali have said, that they may not need water, but their lives need water. Their children need water in order to grow. The water that they have, of course, is self-connected, and because they have no other option. Many communities receive water in a form of ablution blocks provided by municipalities. So the ablution blocks, for those who are not familiar, this water system comes in a form of a container, and it will have showers, it will have toilets and a washing basin. So many of our communities, especially here in KZN, many informal settlements will be provided with the ablution blocks. It is known as a combo because it's all in one. You can shower here, you can make use of toilet here, and then you can access water. Now, while we appreciate that, but what that has done, it has actually made the city to think that if you provide these ablution blocks, it means therefore you do not need to provide any other form of water, whether in a form of a water standpipe or not. Now, it means if you have this container, so it comes in the form of a 6-meter container. So if one community has this container, it means you can make your number 2 here, shower here, and drink water here, because there's no other form of water that the city would provide. They will tell you we've provided ablution blocks. So you make your number 2, you drink water here, and maybe shower here, and that's all. So it will be in one particular area, whether your house is located right at the bottom, far left, far right, because there's no access to put these ablution blocks in the center, so it's easily accessible to everyone. In many cases, it will be right on the top, closer to main road. So you find your way. Imagine you have a running stomach. You'll have to walk to actually whether to use your number 2 or to fetch water. Now, why container in this form? For us, it really also talked to the question of dignity. Whether do we really respect Black African people in particular? Of course, it's a question of rights, it's a question of justice. But what do we say about the dignity of an individual who has to drink water from the ablution blocks? Again, you make your number 2 here, and yet you drink water here. In Watuguza municipality, some communities, like in Salt Rock, live next to Caesar water. In my understanding, Caesar water is like Umgeni water, just nearby, but they do not have water. Again, you ask yourself, why was this water board created? It doesn't really give effect and provide such services to nearby communities. Again, because these are black shack dwellers who happen to be poor and who do not deserve water, then they would not get water. They can only engage with Caesar water when some pipes burst, because often the settlement is at the bottom. So when there are pipes that burst, they would wash the settlement. It's only when the two can engage, when the same pipes are making damage to a nearby community. So what is even more disturbing is to see communities that are living next to big dams like Hazelmere Dam in Verulam, as well as Inanda Dam, not having water too. There is a community called Umzinyati. They are very close to Inanda Dam. It's a very big dam. But to our surprise, just next to Inanda Dam, communities do not have access to water. Instead, what we see is water trucks moving around in their numbers, of course, supplying water. And sometimes some families have to pay for that water because the drivers will refuse to bring that water. And suddenly water has been commodified. And we ask ourselves, why is it difficult just to connect pipe? Because, I mean, poor shack dweller can do that, and we do our own connection. Why is the city not just connecting pipe from Inanda Dam, supply the nearby communities? Because it is within the walkable distance. And we came to realize that high-ranking officials and politicians are benefiting. There are millions of rands that are monthly paid to contractors who are contracted to supply that water, but still the communities are not satisfied. And we ask ourselves, how much is being paid to each truck? Wouldn't that money be used to fix or to do engineering or whatever is needed in order for the system to really work. Now, what we know, which is also my personal experience in that community, one woman had to apply for water connection. I mean, she has built a new house there, and she goes to municipality and she applies for water. And her 700 rand is received by municipality because the system says that there is infrastructure, you can apply for water. But when the water needs to be installed back, suddenly she gets told on the ground that there is no infrastructure. There are no pipes, there is nothing like that. But the question, why would the municipality accept her money? So it tells you that in terms of the municipal system, the water infrastructure is there. Anybody can apply for water, but get into the ground, there's no such. It's been 2 years now. That woman has not got her money back. She paid the money, she's got the receipt that it was for water installation. Going back on the ground where water is supposed to be installed, there are no connection, there's no infrastructure for that. So it is normal. So there's many communities around Inanda Dam, and one of those communities is, of course, Ematata, which is in Ward 3 in Inanda. They also do not have water. And we've also learned in some of the communities that water has been politicized. It depends who your councillor is connected to in the city. You know, between two councillors in one ward or nearby ward, one is able to get access to water because one happens to have a very close relationship with the officials that are in charge of water in the city. So if it's a different councillor who is not popular or have any healthy relationship with some senior official within the city, people do not get water as a punishment because two councillors happen to have two different kinds of politics and they're in two different camps within the same ruling party. In other small towns like Bakeville, there's a small community of Etunzini. This is a rural village in Ward 2. Communities live without water and are still drinking water with animals. Not that there is any water supply in the area or in infrastructure. They often use boreholes. But we are told that the engine that pulls water has become ineffective. It is now small to be able to be supplying a wider community. So one area of a community does have water because we are told that the engine can only supply that particular community. But then the community do not understand. I mean, within the walkable distance, other communities have access to water, but if you walk a couple of minutes to the next area, people do not have water. And we are told that the engine has been unable to now supply such a bigger area, and therefore they need to replace the engine that pulls water. We are told that that's the reason why people do not have water. It is very worrying and wrong that only now, when the middle class and the rich people complain about the lack of water, then we must now all jump and come here because, obviously, of the recent floods. And in my presentation, I haven't really made any reference to the recent floods, because the message I want to put it here is that we have lived our lives without water, not only because of the recent floods. However, we are happy that the floods have shaken South Africa and KwaZulu-Natal to act and to have such inquiry. Now, the question is, would have such an inquiry if it wasn't the floods? But many people have lived their lives without water. So the current situation for us is understandable. We think the inquiry is necessary, it is important. However, because of the obvious reason of the recent floods, the infrastructure was damaged, including that of water. And therefore, we were all affected by the recent floods, one way or the other. So, we don't think it is just for Abahlali that we engage on the question of water, simply because the well-off people have complained. And of course, everyone deserves water, irrespective of one's socio-economic background. But it would have been even more fair to have that we would have this conversation prior to the recent flood that has affected this province. So we think that it is good that we've also been invited in these sittings to express our views, but our views has been that we've never had water prior to the floods, and that wasn't an issue because it was just one section of the society that did not have water, and that section are those whose lives counts for nothing. Now we can take this conversation seriously because it has affected the other part and the other class within our society, and we think it's a great conversation. So we believe that, you know, the province has enough water, there's enough resources, there's enough budget, and there's enough infrastructure, as we have known that this in the case of Umzinyati, that for wrongful reason, the infrastructure is damaged, and I have no doubt that even if you were to replace whatever pipes or engine that is necessary in that area, it will be destroyed, so that those who are contracted, who makes millions of rands on monthly basis, can continue to do so. So this has affected communities like Kwandengis as well. So we are hoping that after this conversation, the water experts can assist us also in terms of assuring us that at least so many families can share in a particular taps. I mean, I've made a reference of 12,000 people having to share in from the 5 water standpipes. So we hope that by the end of this inquiry, there would be some expert who would say it can only be fair if so many people can at least share in one particular tap, so that we can know how many water standpipe, for instance, would be fair to have in a particular settlement, depending on the number of people, so that people cannot queue for water. Because in the past we've seen women getting raped for queuing up to fetch water, for queuing up to use the toilet, and we think it's really having a very devastating effect, particularly on women. So I want to conclude, Chairperson, by saying, of course, we think now we count the same as any other human being as shack dwellers. We think that abantu abasemakhaya in our rural villages also count the same and deserve the same rights as the same people in our urban centers. And I hope this inquiry can also give the rural villages also an opportunity to express how they feel about the lack of water. But many of us have the duty to also represent the voice in those rural areas, because often such inquiries and opportunities of this nature is only convenient for people in urban centers, and they remain without water. 28 years of our constitutional democracy, we don't think it is fair. So we are gratitude, we are very humbled as Abahlali to really be invited here and contribute into this conversation. And we think we also deserve water, just like everyone else. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Poti. We will now engage you as the panel. I will offer and invite my fellow panelists. I'll start here with the doctor on my left and then Commissioner Nissen. Over to you, doctor.
Thank you very much. That was a very humbling testimony. I think most of my questions are reserved for the municipality when we meet them to better understand why the statements that you've made around not being equally prioritized. I believe we are all human, regardless of background and where we are located. And the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution do not put any category to say these are exclusively for people located there. I've just got a few questions. My understanding is that one of the challenges with informal settlements is the system of water delivery. They call it a gridded system. The pipes and everything is usually laid out before people build houses and so forth. And then it's difficult to deploy that sort of gridded system within informal settlements, which are also sometimes called unplanned settlements. There have been some efforts in eThekwini to pilot new decentralized technologies to bring, water and sanitation into informal areas. So sort of off the grid technologies. How open are you within these settlements to these alternative technologies that are being developed? Are they things that we'd be willing to consider as a solution or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to take that question or do you want to take Commissioner Nissen's questions as well?
Well, I can take the next one as well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. Mhlekazi uhlale, hlala kaphambili. Thank you so much for being here and thank you for raising some of the issues. I just want to clarify one thing, if you don't mind. And that is, and I hear what you're saying and I've got all the support and sentiment for you on what you've raised. But I'm not so sure whether you've seen our terms of reference for this inquiry. And this inquiry is called because of all the complaints that the KZN office received. And as such, we, instead of dealing with those complaints on a one-on-one basis, we called all of the stakeholders to this inquiry, including all the district municipalities, most of them who are also involved in the rural areas. And earlier on, we've just heard about the girl child having to fetch water, and which was very, very powerful in the presentation which Sibongile did. I don't have a question. I just have got a comment, and it's a comment of appreciation, because our work as the Commission finds us across the country in various informal settlements. And I think, and that's why we are so committed to ensure the issue about water, because you can actually see people have to go and scoop up water from the drains and to drink it and so on, because there's absolutely nothing there, including the homeless people that stays on the, or the displaced persons. So I just want to say thank you for those words. Obviously, a lot of things that you raised of great concern for us, and perhaps this time around, it will be better. Thanks so much.
Babu Zigote, mine is, you mentioned the particular effect on women due to a lack of access to water, women being raped while they are waiting in lines for water. I wonder what is the effect, because we know in communities where there are scarce resources, at times, even though the struggle is waged externally to the authorities that are responsible for delivering the services, but then there also, as a consequence, becomes a scramble internally for the scarce resource. To what extent in the communities that you work with has then that internal struggle been waged amongst the communities themselves as they scramble for this limited resource, and what has been the effect socially, spiritually, mentally on the people of informal settlements? So that's the one question that I wanted to ask. The other question that I wanted to ask, you mentioned especially in areas where trucks have a difficulty accessing to deliver water. I was very curious as you mentioned that, of then what the extent of ablution facilities is in those environments. If trucks can't bring water to the community, one then can only imagine what the situation is in terms of ablution facilities. So I wonder if maybe you could also expand on that. Thank you, Baba.
Thank you, Chair, and commissioners for raising these questions. Just to start off with the question that the first doctor raised, obviously Abahlali is open to alternative grid solution, because I think we are also reasonable people. We just want to be engaged. No matter how good what is proposed can be, but if it is imposed, then it is highly likely not to be accepted by communities if it is imposed. So it is should be a good practice to actually respect people, approach them first, and of course engage with them. Tabling, they have reasonable minds to consider what would be helpful to them. So obviously, Abahlali would be open to any innovations or alternatives that are put in place. Yes, Commissioner, I'm aware of the terms of reference of this inquiry. Thank you for your comment. The scramble that this may play out itself within the constraint of the supply of water in the informal settlements. Not now. Yes, that used to be a very a difficult moment. I remember there was a time when water was sold. You would pay like 50 cents for a 20-liter bucket of water back 20 years ago, 2003, backwards. You will have somebody collecting this money in every type of the informal settlement, and we would be told that that money would be taken to municipality. And we discovered later that somebody was just making money for oneself. But we will definitely pay it 50, 20 cents for a bucket of water. And because water was very scarce, you will queue up, and that person would make money on daily basis. And it was kind of privatized because at night one would lock the tap and go and sleep, and they would wake up in the morning as early as 5 o'clock before people go to work. He would be making money. And it took us time to realize that this was an exploitation, because that money would be collected. There would be no register to say, you know, this person has paid so much, and therefore this amount of money has been paid a day for one to cash up and to account for the money that one is collecting. But there was no monitoring either, from the municipality, that people were exploited. So that's the kind of scramble that I can think of. And of course, when there's when there's a lot of containers that people would use to queue up water, sometimes people would fight over who came first. We would deal with those petty misunderstanding surrounding who comes first and so on. And sometimes you would wait for like an hour, suddenly the water is finished. Somebody cuts off the water. Then you would be, of course, disappointed, but of course a lot of people at that stage, when you have when you actually have nothing, and you'd have to be worried, you can't go back and cook because you just don't have water. So I can imagine the amount of stress. Mostly women would be affected by that particular situation, both mentally and otherwise. I think it hits the hardest on mostly women because they happen to be the head of the households. I know it's common here in this province that men are the head of our families, but we know the truth deep down from our heart. That is the women that are superheroes of our families. They're the one that get worried the most when something goes wrong in the family, because they take total responsibility of having to raise our children and even look after us as men. So I guess the most affected person in the family would be a woman, whether a woman or young girls would be. To what extent those, how much they get affected by that, I wouldn't be sure, but one thing for sure, they would be the most affected by the scarcity of water or whatever consequences that comes as a result of the shortage of water. Yeah. Oh yeah, the pollution question, Chair. I'm not too sure if I got that clearly, but in most cases, when you have these pollution blocks, usually it's kind of a 6-meter container. In one container, there would be 3 toilets. It would be marked for men, and 2 showers and 1 sink. So, and of course there will be a different one for women, but it's like the same thing. Abahlali bayibiza ngekhombo because when you are there, you are almost in a center of water, because it would be your only way of where you can actually access water. So I think many people have liked this idea because I think it's pretty new, especially in KZN, and I haven't seen it in other provinces. But of course, it's clean because it comes with, it's a flushable toilet, basically. So because it has this infrastructure, it's flushable, it means therefore through operation self-connection, people's connection, wherever you would have received the water to bring it into these pollution blocks, people can still connect there to access water into their household. So that has been a norm, because people think it's stupid when you actually know where water pipes go and you still don't have water. So as the light, people see lighting the street and they don't have light, then they tell you civilized. You can't say you don't have light when you can actually see light. So in our clear estate homes, for instance, there are even lights on the
graveyards. People will tell you, how can the dead, as much as we respect them, have light and we do not have light? So as the water, people feel that it would be irresponsible of them not to have water when there is infrastructure. So I think the point that I want to make is that there is infrastructure. It is the choice that the authority make not to provide water. It's not because there isn't infrastructure, especially in cities like eThekwini. Most settlements are well located in a sense that they are located where there are all these infrastructure. It's just beyond water. Wherever there are settlement, it's within the walkable distance to school. It's mostly within the walkable distance to find job opportunities and so on. So as the water and other infrastructure. So self-connection becomes the way to go. So as long as people are refused these fundamental rights, I think Operation Self-Connection becomes inevitable.
Commissioner Nissen has a follow-up question before he does come in. In the aftermath of the floods, the municipality, in particular eThekwini, has had a program of providing TRUs for those who have been affected, especially those who have lost their homes. And we know the intimate and direct link between provision and access to water and issues of land and human settlements. Have any of Abahlali been beneficiaries of these TRUs? And has there been any relocation, perhaps of either individual families or communities of Abahlali into TRU settlements?
Well, Chairperson, we were part of such initiative with the Department of Human Settlement in the province, and it has become the song, basically. It has not come into reality. Maybe there's one or two communities who would have accessed those temporal residential units. But we know a lot has been TRUs, but in reality, people have not gone into those TRU. It may be one or two communities, which is then less than 1,000 people have actually accessed those TRUs. But people remain in community halls, they remain in churches. They are under pressure that they are being chased away by churches because nobody thought that by this time, 4 months later, they will still be living in these community halls, churches, and shelters. It is unfortunate that the government has been very slow to bring about alternative accommodation after the floods.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Zigore, maybe this is going to be a very difficult question, but if you don't answer it, it's fine. You are saying that water is being politicized, and also the issue about, that the different ways of different councils with different communities, different communities, etc., etc. Now, while water is a problem for all the informal settlements, but there is an idea that particularly where Abahlali is operating, that there's a spiff, or in the case of what you mentioned, you have to do your own bulldozing of the road, and then it doesn't come, despite being promised by a national. But there are Abahlali is specifically targeted, and we know the history and where you are. So do you feel also that this water is also a tool being used against Abahlali? Thanks.
Yes, Commissioner, which is exactly why I think that the water is being commodified but also politicized. It has been used as a weapon to sideline abahlali, to destroy abahlali, but to punish abahlali for the work that we do, which is really speaking the truth to power. So we know, like in the case of Kenana specifically, there is a deliberate effort by the city not only to deny abahlali baseKenana access to water, but to evict them. So we are at war. So you can, if you do not want me to be in this community, the last thing you could do is to provide me any form of water or basic services. So I cannot expect to be provided with water while I am being evicted at the same time. I think the deliberate effort by municipality to deny people basic services, water included, is to discourage people from coming to cities. Now the question is, who are these cities for? Are they for the rich? Are they for the middle class? Are they for, the rich? So those who are landless, homeless, who are poor, who are unemployed, have no right to the city. Again, we are compelled to, to fight for the right to the city, as a bigger goal. Because as long as you are entering this terrain as a poor person, there is all kinds of signs that you are not needed, you are not wanted here. So clearly we are aware, it's not by mistake that people do not have water, it is deliberate in many of the communities. So one could imagine if we did not have Operation Self-Connection or Operation Fagamans, what would have happened to human rights? And of course, some communities have been taken to court, like in the case of Guatuguza, people have been taken to court for connecting water, for connecting into electricity. And our argument is, of course, is that how does it become a criminality when it is a constitutional right for a person to have access to water? So why it becomes criminal when people have connected to water? When they did not have water, it wasn't a criminal case to deny people such fundamental service. So if it's criminality to connect oneself to water, I think equally it should be denying people right to water should also be criminalized. And we can be 50-50. Yeah, thank you.
Doctor, any follow-up questions? Thank you. Commissioner?
Yes, just maybe one more. Sorry, I'm going to harp on this because I think it's important that you have a situation where your members are also persecuted in this quest for wanting to be the voice of the homeless and the displaced people. Where you find yourself now, are you still being hounded? And I don't, you personally, but as an organization, which will obviously also include you. But I just want to know so that at least we, as this commission, we must also take note of where you are with regard to fighting for water for people.
The answer is yes, Commissioner. We are in a struggle. We do not know when it's going to end, but our struggle is really, we want to be recognized as human beings. We want to hold our government accountable. We want justice. We want equality. We want a South Africa where every human being can be treated with respect and dignity, irrespective of their socio-economic backgrounds, rights, and so on. We think we are human beings, and part of what we are fighting for, struggling for, is to humanize the world. Even those who think they are holy, they have power to deny us water, persecute us in different ways, including killing abahlali members. We are not really shaken. We do not regret having been part of abahlali. But we are also not scared to speak the truth to power. So it continues, but we have also committed ourselves to remain non-violent. It's a principle that we are proud of. But sometimes it is difficult when you have to bury your comrades, even women in the struggle for justice. We've buried kids, young people, just for asking for a place called home in our cities and for asking for water in our cities. Sometimes we get told right on our faces that you are not going to get any basic services, especially after we have been to court and we've won. And they will tell us that you go to court and ask them to provide those basic services. So, but the courts will not be killed as we get killed. So those who support us, just for the record, I think it's also important that we have just lost a very promising MEC after this recent cabinet reshuffling in KwaZulu-Natal, Baba Ujomo Sibiya, and it's been really an honor and humbling to work with such at least an MEC that can listen, that can respect Abahlali. He has been the only MEC that we have known for the past 20 years who have made, fulfilled his promises at least for these past six months. Everything that he has promised, he has delivered, and we thought we were going to go a long way with him. Now that he has made this relationship work with Abahlali and restored hope, by the way, for Abahlali, that at least there's one ear that can hear us, that can understand us in government. Now he has been forced to resign. If I use that word, one would argue that, but he turned out his resignation. But we know politics, once you are closer to people, once you become a hope to people, then suddenly you get removed. So we are expected to start all again, fresh, to work to build the relationship, not to suggest that the new incoming MEC would not follow into his footsteps. But I think it is important to say for the past 20 years, Abahlali have been taken as people who do not have brain, who cannot think for themselves, and therefore who should not be taken seriously, who are there just to make noise and not contribute anything in the construction of this country. So we are committed to building South Africa to a point that no one should be left behind. So that is what we want. We want to do this because we have deep love for our country and for her humanity. It is through these principles and love and passion that we have that we are not going to detour from humanizing the world, but making South Africa a place for the shack dwellers as well, and those who are less privileged.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Zigote. With those words, we must also reiterate that we are together, allied with you and committed with you in these struggles for the dignity of the people of Abahlali. Our position as the Commission is that the experience of deprivation is our focus, because the colonial and apartheid systems were not just systems of law on pen and paper. They were experienced, felt systems. And as such, to demonstrate that we have moved away from these systems, the people who were victims of the same systems should feel differently and experience a completely different experience of living, to say that we have moved away from these systems. And until that time, we will be together with you. Thank you very much for your testimony this afternoon. We will continue to be in dialogue with you on this issue and the various other issues that we are committed to addressing with yourselves. We wish you all the best, and we thank you once again for your sacrifices and deep commitment to community and to development. Thank you very much, Buti. This is not the end. we will continue to be in discussion. Have a good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you. Program Director.
I will ask that we take a 5-minute comfort break. Can we please be back at 15:52? We're just getting our next witness also ready, and we'll be connecting with them virtually. Thank you.
Sawubona Mama Ngonyeni. Asikuzwa
Yebo,
angazi. There we go.
yebo sawubona.
Ninjani mama?
Siyaphila ninjani?
Siphilile. Mama siyakwamukela. Ubufakazi bakho uzobuthula ngesiZulu noma ngesingisi?
Mhlawumbe silungile isiZulu ukuze kube ngconywana but nesingisi bese asinankinga kangako.
Okay, hayi makungenankinga ngesingisi ungabuthula ke ngasi isingisi kodwa futhi mawufuna ukungena ngesiZulu ungangena mawufuna ukushintsha shintsha ungashintsha shintsha.
Okay.
Okay, so mina ngizokubingelela ke ngesingisi ngikufungise ngesingisi. I want to officially welcome you, Miss Betty Nkonyeni.
Beauty.
Oh, is it Beauty or Betty?
Beauty.
Beauty. Sorry, ma. In my program, they've written Betty.
It's Beauty.
Thank you, Ma'am Beauty Nkonyeni. Do you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon?
I don't have an objection.
Thank you.
No objection.
Thank you. Can you then formally state your full name and surname for the purposes of the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Beauty Nkonyeni Mkhize as per the ID. I'm the manager of the organization Thokozweni Village for the Vulnerable, who's taking for the care of the old people as resident and having a crash and the HCPC project where children came for meals.
Thank you, Ma'am Beauty Nkonyeni Mkhize. Since you have stated that you have no objections to taking the oath this afternoon, do you swear that the testimony you shall offer us this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ma'am Beauty. Ma'am Beauty, the time is now 16:04. We have 1 hour with you. You shall have around 30 minutes to offer us your presentation, and thereafter the panel will engage with you with comments or questions. Over to you, Ma'am Beauty.
I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ in the afternoon. As I said, I'm the manager of the organization Thokozweni Village for the Vulnerable. I want to thank the Commission for this opinion or to share my view concerning the water and how it affects us in the village for the vulnerable. As per the request of the Commission for the organization to assist with information to help deal with the water challenges facing communities in and various organizations and businesses in KwaZulu-Natal. As an NGO that is greatly affected by this problem, we would like to provide information from our experience and hope it will assist the Commission in its investigation. The water issue for us goes back to many years, 2017. We should have water as we applied for running water and pay a bill to have running water. But due to this water shortage, we struggle to have enough water needed for our organization to survive. We are an elderly home with a capacity of 60 residents and 52 ECD children and plus or minus 30 HCPC OVC who came for meals in the center. And at all times we have over residents on site on a daily basis. We have about 45 volunteers on site Monday to Friday and a little less staff on weekends. As people who care for the aged, We use lots of water in a day as we have to do laundries every single day, clothes, bedding, and old people most of the time, and cooking and cleaning, give out medication time to time. We need water every single day to carry out this task in order to keep a clean environment for our residents, to keep them clean, well fed. Challenges. There are days where laundry will not be done for 2 to 3 days due to have no water to carry out the task. Dirty laundry, most of which is in a state stays for days on site.
Ma'am Beauty,
Most especially the yes.
sorry,
Can
ngati video iyanqamuka. So if you are able to,
okay.
ngicela ucime video yakho and then you can continue with your presentation. I think it will be better for connectivity as well.
Video. Where do I find my video?
Next to the mute button, there's a sign for a video. Do you see it? Next to the microphone button.
Yeah, there's the mic.
And then right.
Turn camera, the camera.
Yeah, the camera
The
one.
one which is written.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Just press it.
After, oh, yes.
Yeah, no,
It's okay now.
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay.
Unga isinayo
All right.
i-translator lana ma, so mawufuna nokukhuluma isiZulu akunankinga.
Okay, it's fine. I'll say my presentation, then I'll join with Zulu maybe when you're asking questions.
Okay, kulungile.
We need water every moment. Challenges that we met. There are days where laundry, excuse me, I'm on a meeting. Sorry, there are challenges. There are days where laundry will not be done for 2 to 3 days due to the shortage of water. That pollutes the air we breathe, and it's become health hazard to everyone on site, most especially the people who work in that department. At times, we have prioritized cooking over other needs tasks when we have shortage of water on site. We sometimes send our driver with a van and containers to go source water from other areas that have water. We have bought water tanks to collect water. I think we've got about 10 to 12 tanks weighing 5,000 liters per tank to collect water when it rains, and when we are lucky that water comes back in our taps and we're able to fill our tanks and store the water. Even then, the water only sustains us just for a few days. Way back, we lived a life of collecting every other day, asking for water from the municipality. The municipality tried to send trucks of water once a week. Maybe we ask for water on Monday, they delay, they come on Thursday. By that time, the washing is not done. And the water they send us is not enough, as we need water every day to ensure the cleanliness of the home that has over 40 residents and maybe 45 volunteers. Due to high demand of water in KwaZulu-Natal, the water van tanks take days to bring water. When they do, they threaten not to bring water as we are wasting it, refusing to understand the nature of the environment we are in and why we use the amount of water that we do on a daily basis. This problem violates the residents' rights to access clean drinking water, the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. It's also being violated as this problem prevents us from providing that to the best of our ability for our residents. as we are limited by shortage of water. So ke ilokho engakusho in summary ukuthi inkinga yamanzi isinikeza lokho ukuthi singakwazi ukwenza kahle umsebenzi wethu nokugcina abantu abadala behlanzekile nendawo esihlala kuyona ihlanzekile. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Beauty. Your presentation was very quick, which assists also in buying some time. You don't have to worry or be concerned about running out of time. You can speak for as long as you need to. I will now invite my fellow panelists to engage with you on your presentation. I will start with the doctor on my left and then Commissioner Nissen. Over to you, doctor.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that brief testimony. I just wanted to find out amongst the challenges, you mentioned that at times you have to prioritize cooking over other needs when you have shortage. And you mentioned earlier on the issue of old people wetting themselves and cleaning and so forth, which are hygiene issues. So I just wanted to understand more in terms of the other dimension of water, which is the hygiene, that how is this being affected due to the lack of access to water?
It's affected, and we try to sustain it by collecting water from our neighbors. We go out to the community and collect water so that we'll be able to clean, because we have to clean because the people that we are taking care of wet themselves. So we cannot survive without cleaning this place. So the little water that we have, we prioritize cleaning and cooking. Then it means the washing will be affected for days.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mama. I just want to ask, first of all, let me say thank you for the wonderful work that you are doing, because looking after the elderly is also part of restoring the dignity. But clearly you have a problem, and I just want to ask two questions. The first one is, you said that since 2017, you have been engaging the municipality on the water shortage. Have any one of them come to the home? Have any of the social development people been there? Have you raised this with the social development? Because I'm sure that you must have a relationship with social development, given the fact that you're looking after elderly people, and you must have been accredited as a place of safety for the elderly. And then just the last question from me on your page 2, where you say, due to the high demand of water in KZN, the water van takes days to bring water. Now, which water van is that? Not your own water van, or is it this the municipality's water van? Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, yes, we engage with the municipality people. Yes, they visit our site, especially during the 67 minutes. A chance that I get, I talk about water with them. So they make promises. I remember the other year, which I don't remember which year was it. They came here and they listened to my desperation of water, and they promised to put more tanks and harvesting the water. I don't know the term that they are using, but they are said water harvesting. We wait for them, but nothing happened after that. Yes, we do communicate with the coordinators. We are working in the Department of Social Development, and they refer us back to the municipalities, since they are the people who are dealing with water. I remember the other time I wrote an email I think it was Mr. Naitu or Pillay who was I don't know whether he was the coordinator or the vice manager of the district, requesting for them to help us with water maybe twice a week because the capacity of the people living in the site, we need maybe 5,000 liters to cover 2 days. So yes, they send the trucks by van. Sorry, I was referring to the trucks who are delivering water. When they deliver the water to our site, they said the truck, the capacity of the truck can fill 3 tanks, which is 15 liters for our tanks. Then those 15 liters cannot last to the following week. So there is still no solution to the period of them supplying us enough water a week, which maybe can be for them to bring a truck maybe on Monday and Thursday. I think that will make things better. But at the moment, when we don't have water, we have to call them maybe and wait for almost 2-3 days for the truck to come and bring water to our site. I think I've answered all 3 questions.
Mom Beauty, you
Yes.
you mentioned that you pay a bill for water every month. Are you able to tell us how much you pay monthly for water?
Yes, before when the water was going well, we were paying around about 1,500 to 2,000 for water. But now, since the water is not there, I don't think there is. We still receive an invoice. Yeah, I don't think we still receive an invoice. But our water, we were paying plus or minus 2,000 before when the water supply was going well.
Or this is when you had water in the taps coming in?
Running water, yes. The Uku running water, yes. We were paying the bill from the municipality for water supply.
But they are
But
not.
now that they are supplying us with tanks, we are not paying for the tank supply.
Okay.
But we do have the account of water at the Uku.
Okay, no. Thank you very much, Mom Beauty. And can you also just tell us how many other similar homes for elder people are within your vicinity, if there are any others?
At the moment, Tokozweni village is the one that I know here at Ugu. And there is the one that I heard about it at Betani around Kamalake. But I never see it. I heard that there is another home at Betani around Kamalake, but I don't know it. But here at former Esmoleni, Tokozweni village for the vulnerable is the only residential facility that I know. Then there are creches around at the place.
Thank you. Yes, you can continue, ma.
Yes, I mean there are other ECTs around Izingolweni, but the residential facility is only in Tokozweni village.
Okay. No, thank you very much, ma. Thank you. Are there any other follow-up questions? No. Commissioner Nixon? Then with that, Mom Beauty, we thank you very much for your time. We don't have any other follow-up questions. Are there any closing remarks that you would like to offer us?
I will say thank you for the opportunity for me to voice my desperation, and I will appreciate if this can have a positive impact for us to get the solution of how do we get better services of water at the organization.
Thank you very much,
Kungaba
Ma'am Beauty.
nomehluko sithole usizo lokuthi mhlawumbe amanzi siwasaplayele kangcono.
Siyabonga ma. Ngathi uCommissioner
Siyabonga.
Nisen khona okunye okusalile, Commissioner?
Thank you, Ma. Just a final question. The water that is being brought by the van and the water that's in the tanks from the rain, is the water safe to drink for the elderly? Has there been any complaints about maybe that the water is not so safe? I mean, they need the water, but
No.
I just want to know, is there any person that suffered any health issues? Thank you, ma'am.
No, we never had any, for the past 26 years, we never had any problem with the water that we are using. No experience that I know.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Ma'am Beauty. Although we have come to the end of our engagements today, this is yet not the end of our relationship with you. If there are any other questions that we would want to put to you, we will write to you through the provincial office in KZN. Otherwise, thank you very much, Ma. If there are any other matters that you may want to maybe put to the commission, please do feel free to contact us.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga ma. Uhambe kahle.
Ngiyabonga nami. Bye.
Our last witness is Mr. Sanele Mlotshwa from eThekwini Municipality.
Babu Mlotshwa, good afternoon. Esiphilile njani? Yebo, siyakwamukela, welcome. Please can you maybe just check with the other microphone, one of, yeah, or the other one? Yeah, I think that one is working.
Hello? No.
It's not, just switch it on underneath.
How's this one?
1, 2.
Ngiyazwakala manje.
Uyazwakala kamnandi.
Okay, siyabonga.
Welcome, Babu Mlotshwa. You are our last witness for the day.
Yes.
So we've got all the time for you. You can speak until 10 p.m.
Well, I'm sure I'm going to be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mlotshwa. Before we begin our proceedings, do you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon?
No.
In that case, please state your full names for the record.
Sanele Kanyiso Mlotshwa, is per the ID. I'm just here as, because I've heard the people like before me are mostly members of certain activist groups or organizations. Basically, so I come here as an individual or a community member, right, to voice out also the issues we've been facing in our community.
That's fine, Putti. Then for the purposes of our process, I must administer the oath. Do you swear that the testimony you shall offer us this afternoon will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mlotshwa. We have about 1 hour with you. 30 minutes will be for your testimony, and thereafter, the other 30 minutes, the panel will have the opportunity to engage with you. Please then feel free to also give us the background of where you come from and the issues you want to put to us. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as I've said, I am a community member of Intuzuma B, which is here in eThekwini. Right, so basically, me being here is receiving an invite after having sent an email to the eThekwini e-services, the Department of Water and Sanitation, and as well as this commission, the Human Rights Commission. As I've said, I was acting as a concerned community member. As I've said, I don't belong to any activist group or organization. So it also is the issue of water in the area, where we had no running water for almost a year now. So the last time there was water running in the taps was around about November. The issue has been running for quite some time. So community members, the elderly, the disabled, have also had a huge challenge, because when we speak to the people that are responsible, such as your ward councillors, the only thing the last time they told us is because that there were floods, which turned out to be not the case. That's not the reason why we do not have water in the area. There are issues as well being raised by other community members, which I'll consider them to be whispers in the corridors, since it's something we cannot substantiate. But there are rumors that the cut-off of the water is intentional, so that a few may benefit. So I don't know about that, because they're saying that the water tankers are tendered out. So again, I came here to try and find help. I was invited to come to the sitting. As you can see, I just came from work. I told the guy that I'll try to squeeze in so I can come work and give my testimony here. So I was able to get time off to come and sit here before you. Hopefully, with this problem we're having is, as I've said, I'm acting as an individual or a community member, because most people are scared to speak out. I'm nervous as well, because I do not know what this might lead to. If I've upset people that have power, because that's basically what happens when you come from our side of the neighborhoods or townships. The people, the level of intimidation exists out there, so people are afraid to speak. So the issue we've been having, we have reported having no water in the area. There have been no answers. As I've said, they told us that it was flood. People are trying to make their own connections, but we are told that's illegal to do, to try and connect ourselves, because it's only one area that doesn't have water, and the reservoir is just 2 kilometers from where we are, and other surrounding areas do have water, but it's only the areas in 141, which is specifically Duzuma B, that doesn't have water supply. So we are left without knowing what to do, what approach to take, because we never get coherent answers as to what is the cause, the actual cause of the problem. Is something being done to resolve the problem? And if so, how long probably would it take to have the problem resolved? So hopefully, me being here today, as I've said, I would be brief. A lot has been said by other speakers who came here today to deliver their evidence. And it's something that I find that it's common, because most of the things they said are the things we also experience, and we are very far apart. Like Mr. Zagote that was here, most of the things he said are things that we also experience. And after he was here, I spoke to him as well on the side, just to find out, like, I 100% relate to the problem that you have, that you guys was out on. So so I guess maybe, I don't know if it's the department or the people that control these things, it's common practice. Maybe that's an indication that this thing is common practice. I don't know. But we've been experiencing the same problems. The water tankers, as I've said, they do supply them, but they come once, maybe every 2 weeks. And when that one or two comes, it fails to supply everybody. I was speaking to a gentleman outside, telling him that the reason why I took an initiative to send an email to send his complaint was after my heart sank when I saw a lady who lives down the street. She lives by herself, she's old, and sometimes the guys from the municipality, I think from social workers or something, they come and check out on her. She cannot carry a 25-liter gallon to a water tanker that's stopped up a road.
about meters away from her house. So if there are no kids in the area to help her, she's going to be left without water. So it's not only her, surely there's also a dozen people in her situation, probably the elderly as she is or the disabled. So it's something that really is affecting people in a negative way. And when we try to seek out answers, we don't get any answers and no solution is being brought forward. So it's a disheartening sight that we see. So hopefully us coming here, speaking to you guys will eventually at some stage bring about a solution to what this problem people are having. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mlojwa, for your courage and bravery to speak, even while nervous, even while also scared of possible repercussions. This is how social change often comes about. It comes not only because people are acting in the absence of fear, it is acting through the fear. So we thank you very much for your courage.
Thank you.
And we certainly assure you that we will do our best to ensure that we follow up with this issue. I'm now going to offer and invite my fellow panelists to engage with your presentation, if any. Doctor?
Thank you very much, Sanile. This is a general comment. It is disheartening from the several testimonies so far to hear about how the elderly and disabled are suffering and unable to carry water. I think we have a moral obligation to look after such vulnerable groups. So hopefully that is something that can be looked into. I just wanted to verify something. You said that you have been without water since November 2021.
Yes.
And then you said the reason that was given to you for the lack of water was that it is because of the floods.
Yes.
So did anyone explain how the floods that happened only recently in April,
No.
and water was already not there
No.
since last year?
No reason was offered. As I've said, we hardly get any coherent answers as to why we don't have water, and that was just an excuse they gave us. They used the floods, because when we asked, well, we've had no water even way before that. They don't give us an answer. They say they're gonna check.
Okay. Which department have you been engaging with?
Well, I haven't specifically been engaging with a department. We called the ward councillor to find out what's going on, and he gave out that sentiment. When we call the e-services or the eThekwini water services, they tell you that the reservoir is low, and then that's a surprise because it's only 2 kilometers from us, and the other areas that are supplied by it have running water and never had a problem. So again, we're not getting answers that make sense to us.
And has the municipality come to engage with the community
No.
to offer an explanation?
No.
None at all?
None.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Sanile, I would really find it very strange and disheartening if somebody would hear that you've come to the commission and raise a community issue which affects you as well and those old ladies that you're talking about, and then would seek to victimize you. That would be a very sad day, because A, you're a citizen of this country, you live in a community where there's hardships, you work for an institution that's supposed to make you feel good, because people in your community, when they hear that you're working for the municipality, sometimes you also get blamed. Yeah. Because they say, you are working there, why are you not giving us water? Yeah. So certainly, I mean, we will, from the commission, appearing before the commission, we will send out a very strong word that you've got the right to, as a citizen, and as an activist to raise those issues that faces you and your community. And this is about water. This is about life. This is about you wanting to make a difference by coming here, risking your future, so to speak. But you want us to listen to that and assist that that old lady doesn't die in a house without water.
Yes.
And so I want to thank you. The questions I wanted, there are not many questions, but the fact is that you say you stay not very far from a reservoir and you don't have water. What do you think is the reason why others around you are getting water and your community is not getting water?
Well, it's something I also love to get an answer to, as to why is that. Basically, we don't know. There is no reason. There is no reason being given as to why we don't get in water. So we are clueless, basically. And if I were to remember, there was some time ago, because it's I think because it's an informal settlement. So some time ago, there was it was 2 ward councillors before. There was a guy who was assigned by the municipality, the relevant municipal department, to cut off water from going into those areas at certain times. And how we came to know this was because the man who was assigned, when at that time there was a community meeting pertaining to such issues, he came out and said, well, I was given a responsibility and a duty to cut off your water supply at 8 and open it up again at 4 every day. At that time, there was an upheaval from the community members. Police had to intervene because they wanted to, do some harm to him. So I'm not sure if that's the case now. They just decided to close it off permanently. I'm not sure, but there is no real answer as to why water isn't coming to this area, whereas other areas, as I've said, the reservoir is 2 kilometers away from where I stay, or in the area we're in, they're getting water, and we never got an answer as to why we don't get water.
Oh, thank you, Sanile.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mlojwa. You say that you are about 2 kilometers away from the reservoir,
Yes, but that far, yeah.
plus minus. Are the communities who are further from the reservoir who are getting water?
Yes.
They are.
Yes.
And the doctor on my left asked what reasons, or if the community had probed why the floods were being given as a reason. But one assumes that the reason of the floods would have been given after April. The follow-up question to that is, between November and April, did you get any reasons for why there was no water? Or did you only begin to get reasons after April?
The reasons we got when you call in, when you speak to the government, is the reservoir is low. That was before April. Those were the reasons. Oh, there's a valve that says a problem, and they have to purchase it from overseas. That's what they always say. But apart from that, then after that, we speak to the ward councillor, and then, as I've said, after April, he uses the flooding, as a reason why we don't have water. But then when you ask him the question the doctor asked, he doesn't give you a correct answer. Instead, he will tell you that you guys are being ungrateful. I mean, I'm supplying the water tankers, isn't it? And we say, no, the water tankers are just a means to an end. We don't have a solution to why we don't have water running in our taps. So that's why we want that answer to that question he doesn't provide.
Thank you for that. You mentioned that the tanks come once or once a week or once in 2 weeks, and it's not enough to cover the whole community. Do you know what means then those who do not have access to the water when the tank does come? What means do they use to access water?
So they will travel, excuse me, to the areas that do have water. As I've said, they would have to travel, maybe get 2 buckets and then travel to get water from that area and then move back to their area. So that's what they would do if they didn't get water from a water tank.
No, that's clear. And you said this problem is in Ward 41.
Yes.
In Ward 41, Ntuzuma B is in Ward 41. Are they-
Yes. So I'm not really clued up in terms of how what works, but it's what in terms of when, in my understanding, is the current ward councillor is a councillor for which ward? So we fall under Ward 41, right? So Nduzuma B is a large area, so I think residents that are there, about 1,000 or 1,000 more people or something. I'm not really sure about the numbers, but I wouldn't say the entire Ward 41, but I would say areas in Ward 41, which is specifically Nduzuma B. Nduzuma B is a section. And then under Ward 41, you'll find Kwamashu K
Yes.
and other sections. Yes.
And are there any other sections in Ntuzuma that fall under Ward 41 that you know that also don't have water, or is it just specifically B section
It's B section and C section.
and C section?
Yes.
Thank you, Sanede. And the last question I have, I thought it interesting that the water stopped running in November. And we remember that in November 2021 were the local government elections.
Yes.
Have you made any, even if it's just an assumption, any links between the closure of the taps in November and the local government elections or its outcomes?
No. Personally, I haven't. No. I haven't made any links as to maybe it's linked to that. As I've said, I'm a person who doesn't really listen to all, who clings more in terms of what rumors are. You hear rumors, whispers in the corridors, but if there's no proof, I tend to run away from it. But there's been rumors. So if I were to answer that question, I'll be answering based on a rumor I've heard. So it's something I'm skeptical in terms of coming out with. Yeah.
That's fine. Why did you have any interruptions in the water supply before November at all?
Before November,
2021. You said
Yeah.
the taps closed in 2021. November.
They used to, like I said, water used to be cut from at specific times. As I've said, at one stage, a guy came out and said he was given the duty to do so. Because again, they claim that the people in this area, since it's an informal settlement, they don't pay their water bills. So they're going to be given water at certain times. But prior to November, that was the case. In November, or from November, water stopped altogether.
No, thank you very much, Mlojwa. Commissioner Nissen has a follow-up question.
Just to follow up with the chairperson left. The meeting between in the community where that person was that said I was responsible.
Yes.
Did the water then were cut then immediately after that altercation there, or could it be that this person is working for the city?
Okay, so when the person said that, I think I need to also emphasize on that. When the person said it was some time ago, it was a long time ago. But the person, it doesn't work for the city. I wouldn't say because he never did. It's one of the people in the area or a neighboring area. He was assigned to just close the valve at certain times by the city, as he claimed, because we were not aware of that. He came out and said that.
Are there any follow-up questions, Doctor? No, thank you very much, Mlojwa. We must thank you for your courage once again and your bravery. We have noted your testimony this afternoon. Even though we have come to the end of our engagements with you today, it's not the end of our interactions and relationship with you. We will be following up on the matter, and we assure you that your bravery is not in vain. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as
may
well
now
for
be
the
excused.
opportunity.
Thank you, thank you. Program Director?
We've reached the end of our program for today. Chairperson, I don't know if you have any closing remarks that you'd like to leave us with for the day.
No, except to thank everyone for your time and to thank you, Program Director. This is the end of day one. We'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you. We may be adjourned.